Regent Martin,
Happy to be here.
Regent McGraw. Here. Regent Powers.
Here.
Regent Rabinowitz. Here. Regent Sutherland.
Here.
We have quorum.
The minutes have been distributed to the minutes of September 18th and 19th, 2025. If not, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Any objection to the motion to approve the minutes? The motion is approved by consensus.
This has been a very busy and productive semester across KCTCS. Our work on the new strategic plan continues to move forward, and I'm pleased to report that the external audit has been successfully completed. Dr. Qualls and his team remain focused on ensuring our students gain skills and training needed to strengthen Kentucky's workforce. We have a lot of important agenda items today to cover, so we'd like to get started.
Okay, well, good morning. Thank you all for those who joined the holiday dinner last night. We appreciated that, and happy holidays. And I just want to take a moment to just remind folks, we have a lot of teammates that work during institutional close and during the holidays. So if you're one of those teammates perhaps watching, we appreciate everything that you all do, as well as some folks get those days off. We appreciate your hard work. I also want to say welcome to our new regents that are recently appointed, our students, of course. We appreciate all that you do. And Regent Cox will be joining us after lunch for his audit committee report. He apologized he couldn't make it both days when we made the decision to make this a one-day meeting. So we appreciate all you all being here today. We have a lot of wonderful news to share. We also have a special treat for you all. We have a student group that will be joining us today at 12:30. The Big Sandy Singers will be performing for us. And if you're here at the system office, you're more than welcome to join us around 12:30 at the base of the stairwell here in the building to listen to our student group sing for us. I just want to go through several items today. Please, if you have questions, stop me as we go. But a lot of great news to talk about. I want to start off, if you don't mind, we have a quarterly report to be distributed in front of you. But I'd like to start off with some great news. The Aspen Institute's top 200 came out, and 8 of our 16 colleges were recognized as a top 200 community college in the country. And that's incredible news. This helps us not only with exposure, but also with affirming the great work that our colleges are doing. And we were researching this, so a 50% recognized as a top 200. We found out that Aspen Institute actually has a policy that they can't name more than 50% of a state's community colleges as top 200 colleges. So chances are we had several more that were in the running, but with our 16 colleges, I'd like to say all of them have made it to the Sweet 16. So congratulations to all of our colleges on that premier status across the country. As you all know, our enrollment continues to grow. We're up 6.2% from this time last year in fall of 2006. And that actually reflects that we are outpacing the national average. The national average increase at community colleges is around 4%, and we're at 6.2%. So I like to remind folks it's time to celebrate, but also we're just one semester or 1 year away from another enrollment report. And so let's take a moment to celebrate now, but also realize that this is a continuous process for us going in the next year as well. We also have a graduation rate milestone to celebrate. Back in 2000 or so, KCTCS ranked 41st in the nation when it came to time to completion for our students. Today, we're 4th in the nation. And for the first time ever, our 3-year graduation rate has surpassed 50%. We're at 51.1%, a remarkable achievement over the years. And we went from 41st to 4th. And so congratulations to all those across the system for this. And just as recently as yesterday, we heard from Dr. Thompson, who's praising KCTCS national profile across the country as well. We're also making sure that we are taking time to ask people to donate. And don't forget, we'll have a new KCTCS license plate available to put on your vehicle next year. And I also want to say a special thank you to our foundation board as well. Chair Stephanie Bell's doing a great job. She's populated that group with some great folks across the state. Our regents, you're more than welcome to attend those when you like to. We'll be sure to let you know about that. And we have an upcoming fundraiser to help support our food pantries across KCTCS. So mark your calendar for February 10th. That will be our 2026 Serving Up Solutions fundraiser. And for those of you who may have attended it in the past, it will have our legislators actually serve the food. And we always do it early in session before people get mad at each other. So it's a great fundraiser. The money's going to support our food pantries. And due to the recent federal government shutdown, it was a stark reminder about how many of our students are dependent upon these wraparound services across KCTCS. We have some new scholarships and donations to announce. The Abound Credit Union Technical Career Scholarship was just announced. It's $2,500 renewable award for 2 technical students across 4 of our colleges. We'll hear from Dr. Megan Stith later today, but we have a lot more gifts in the works, some that are not ready to announce yet, but really appreciate the hard work that has been done to help elevate our scholarships as well as our philanthropic endeavors here at KCTCS. We've also focused a lot on program sharing. We've heard a lot from our employers, the business community that, well, I heard there was a program at Henderson and I want it at Big Sandy, et cetera, et cetera. We're focusing on more programs sharing, and it's really baked into our strategic plan, which you'll hear about later today as well. We're so proud that we've been able to really tie in initiatives. We counted it up. 212 separate initiatives or suggestions of things we should be working on. That's the Huron Report, SJR 179, CPE, et cetera. And we're wrapping that all together with a one path forward with our strategic plan. So you'll hear later today from our Executive Vice President and Provost Phil Neal on the strategic plan as well. On learner success, you can follow along with the quarterly report here. We had another transfer signing agreement, this time with Morehead State University. That marks public institution number 6 of 8 that we have reaffirmed and expanded our transfer portability. This also allows our students have access and perhaps scholarships with the receiving institution. So we're very proud to have hosted Dr. Morgan here at the building to sign that. And don't forget, Morehead State University gives all of our employees a generous tuition discount if you want to go on and get your bachelor's degree or master's as well at Morehead. We're also focusing on our independent colleges as well. We just signed an agreement with Thomas More University in Northern Kentucky for a dual admission status. That means when they come to us, they're already admitted to Thomas More at the same time as well. So students there have access to early advising, resources, and campus opportunities on their 4-year pathway as well. And don't forget, we're transferring more students than ever, and we need more students to transfer to finish that 4-year baccalaureate degree and beyond. About 14,000 of our students transfer each year. And so we're going to continue our pathway to make transfer as easy as possible, putting students first and allowing them to have access to resources along their educational journey. The next 2 publics that we're focusing on are Northern Kentucky University. It's almost done. We might have it done by the end of the calendar year, if not in January. And we'll complete all the signing ceremonies with our public institutions with KSU in the spring. We've also made sure that we have an ability for us to implement new technology. Just this week, we have launched the first of 3 phases of a new technology with Anthology Reach. This is something that the system has been considering for years. And so this is really the first week of that implementation. And what is this going to do? It's going to help us have new capabilities of marketing and recruitment, be able to help better facilitate an initial prospect or a student from that initial request for information through the enrollment process. It's going to take quite a bit of time and hours to implement this. So I want to say a special thank you to Technology Solutions and Chris Howell and his team and the respective TS employees across the system to help out with this implementation. It's going to be a new day when it comes to this implementation of Anthology Reach. Therefore, it's required some implementation teams. And so if you have served on one of these implementation teams, which are putting in as many as 10 to 15 hours a week in addition to your additional job duties, I want to say a public thank you for those who have made this transition as seamless as possible as well. Moving on, we launched our KCTCS for Kentucky initiative at the June board meeting, and we have started taking it out onto the road. And so we're so thankful to have had KCTCS for Kentucky presentations at Harlan with Southeast, down in Paducah with West Kentucky, and in Owensboro with OCTC. So thank you, President Harrison, Reese, and Williams for hosting us. And as you recall, KCTCS for Kentucky is really a commitment towards making sure that KCTCS is doing everything it can, not just for students, but for the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And so we're deliberately reassessing our relationships with government entities, state and local agencies, healthcare apparatuses across the state, anybody that wants to come to us and say, what can KCTCS do for us, or how can we work together? I think it's in our DNA to be community oriented. It's in the name of all 16 colleges. And so for us, we want to make sure that we review this. And so here are a few things that have come to fruition because of KCTCS for Kentucky. We learned that our county clerks need help training poll workers going into 26 elections. And so we actually have developed a curriculum to help them with training poll workers all across Kentucky as well. We have also heard from our friends in agriculture that they need some more training when it comes to our meat processors. A lot of them across Kentucky. And so we have just developed, or in the process of developing, the first credential for meat cutting in the nation. And that's going to help out with supply chain issues. We've also have really driven home a commitment towards additive manufacturing. If you recall, we literally printed a house earlier this year down in Somerset, not too far away. And so we really are, I think, trying to make sure that we are servicing the needs of organizations here in Kentucky. Just a few weeks ago, I addressed the KCO, Kentucky Association of Counties Convention, and we're distributing a survey to hundreds of local officials saying, what can we do? Are there things that you have specific issues with, pain points, bottlenecks, et cetera? And we're starting to hear back. We're already hearing that we can partner with state and local governments, but also with our cities, with KLC on wastewater treatment operations, CDL licensing, specific accounting for state and local government. We found out that there's a bit of a struggle there as well. Public works issues, emergency management response, cybersecurity, perhaps a course in grant writing as well. And so these are areas where I think KCTCS for Kentucky is helping us become a better Commonwealth. We're really proud of the work that's been put into this as well. On the workforce side, just a reminder that 1 in every 49 jobs in Kentucky is supported by one of our colleges. Either they were trained, we have a graduate there, they've utilized our workforce solutions materials. We have 80,000 Kentuckians above and beyond the 110,000 students that we have enrolled that come through our doors to upskill themselves. And so we're really appreciative of the work of our workforce solutions team across the state. And we will be requesting more trains money this next General Assembly session as well. But I'd like to invite you to take one of the courses. We just rolled out a course on AI. And so if you'd like to sign up for this, we'll send out the link. I've been neglectful. I haven't taken it myself yet, but I will over the break. We want to make sure that we are listening to employers and businesses and responding. And this is a direct response towards employers saying, what is this and how's it going to affect our business? And we do need a basic AI training for everybody that walks through our doors. We're encouraging it with our faculty and staff. We have a workforce on this as well, a work team that is. But that's just a response to the needs of our employers. We also have with us today Bruce Roberts with the Kentucky Fire Commission. Thank you for being here as well. We were fortunate to attend a graduation ceremony. I know that Regent Givens was there, where we saw 38 recruits walk across stage after 13 weeks of training down in Muhlenberg County. And so we really are the premier educational and training academy for firefighters across Kentucky. As you all know, there's nearly 750 or so fire departments, and we do about 98% of the training across our 16,000 or so firefighters across the state. And of our graduating class, we had 36 men and 2 women go through it. So it was an amazing time. They have 2 graduation ceremonies. If you'd like to go to the spring one, please let us know. And the best part about this is that every single graduate completes 24 credit hours at Madisonville Community College. So they're almost halfway towards that associate's degree. And so I challenge them to finish that college degree when they go back to their respective community across Kentucky as well. I also had the opportunity to visit with our Tri-Council. As you may or may not know, that includes our Academic Affairs Council, the Student Affairs Council, and the Workforce Solutions Peer Team. JCTC hosted us a few weeks ago. I was excited to be there to give them an update, but also listen. Also listen about the needs that they're seeing across Kentucky and what the system office can do to better support them as well. As you know, earlier this year, with OB3 legislation, a new and historic grant opportunity is available for us to try to develop an ability to pull down as much workforce Pell grant opportunities as possible. Congress passed this with an expected implementation date of July 1st of next year. And so we appointed a workforce Pell work group among KCTCS to review our programs that we think will fall within the eligibility of workforce Pell. These are programs that are between 8 and 15 weeks in length. There are pretty significant eligibility issues that we need to work our way through, but the rest of the country is doing that as well. And so our work group is working with the governor's office as well as CPE to make sure that we have programs ready to go that are eligible for workforce Pell. We're really excited about this for this historic funding opportunity. And you'll hear more about a federal and state update from Chris Crumrod later today. Speaking of the federal level, we did have a 6-week federal government shutdown, the longest in American history. The impact on KCTCS was minimal. We were able to make sure that our employees were paid. We have 240 employees that are dependent on federal grants, and so we were implementing plans that the federal government shutdown had gone further. We also made the commitment that for those students that are on the Ready to Work scholarship, that we were going to cover that scholarship until the federal government went back to work. And fortunately, we did not have to utilize that, but we made the commitment, and we know that a lot of people across the system appreciated that we want to make sure that we did not disrupt the educational journeys of those who are dependent upon Ready to Work as well. We continue to go to DC. We're evaluating the president's budget request. We're meeting with members of Congress. We are making sure that we solidify our funding priorities from the federal level, which would include the Pell Grant opportunity, workforce Pell, funding for TRIO, adult education, Regent Hall, and other externally funded programs as well. We're always looking for grant opportunities in DC. And we're taking this as a regional approach as well, that if there's an opportunity to say in Eastern Kentucky for our Eastern Kentucky colleges to band together for an application, we're going to do that. We may have a regional appeal or something that's emerging on the national level, like the nuclear energy footprint that's expanding in Kentucky as well. So news to come on that. At the state level, we're preparing for session. Later today, you're going to see a draft subject to change of our legislative priorities going into session, which is only 30 some days away. We'll have an update on that, but you can expect really 4 main points of emphasis for us. Our reform package that we've talked about for literally a year now. We've got that in better shape. Number 2 is our budget requests, which we'll go through later today. Number 3 is a governance reform package for the Kentucky Fire Commission as well. And the 4th one has to do with our work with incarcerated populations across Kentucky. And we'll get into that here in just one second. We also want to make sure that we are accelerating KCTCS's role and reminding our policymakers that we're the #1 workforce training provider in our state. As a whole, we are proud to enroll 46% of all undergraduates in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and that we're providing workforce training above and beyond those students that are in the classroom for credit or diploma. We're making Kentucky a better place. We also will have emphasis this next session on aviation. As we know, there's a task force that has met. We presented in front of the Air Mobility Task Force back in October with plans for expansion of not only our AMT programs, but also our pilot programs as well across Kentucky. And that brings me to the incarcerated conversation. We've had the opportunity to visit several prisons, both here in Kentucky and as recently as this week in Detroit, to learn about what we can do to better position those who are exiting the criminal justice system to have skills that lead to employability. 96% of all Kentuckians that are incarcerated will be released. They will become our neighbors. And so the taxpayers are paying on average $40,000 a year for each person behind bars. And so the idea here is pretty simple. What can we do to help prevent them from going back? And what can we do to help them find jobs across Kentucky? So we're proud that over half of our colleges, well over half of our colleges now have PEP status, which allows them to teach and receive federal grants for teaching in the prisons. We're currently in all of our state prisons, plus one federal prison across Kentucky, in addition to our jails. We're providing GED instruction. In fact, this past year, we celebrated a milestone of thousands of GEDs awarded to those serving time. But the project we're talking about takes it to the next level. This next session, we'll be proposing a KCTCS reentry campus located in Danville, Kentucky, attached to the North Point Correctional Facility, one of the largest prisons we have in the state. It's going to be a campus that we hopefully is a new build with new equipment. And so for those that are on the tail end of their sentence, they can apply for the privilege to be transferred to the KCTCS reentry campus. We will provide premier training for those who want to get their associate's degrees, for those who want to become welders, for those who want to become automotive or diesel mechanics. We're focusing on training that aligns with second chance employers. We're focusing on skills and trades that have a higher likelihood of employability. And so we're being very judicious about which programs we're offering. Tomorrow, KCTCS at the Georgetown campus with BCTC will be hosting the Governor's Second Chance Employment Council at 11 a.m. If you'd like to join that meeting, you're more than welcome to. There will be an online component of that. But what we are proposing, I think, could be a national model for what we do to help better transition those who have served time. And the number one attributable variable for those who recommit offenses is that they're unemployed. And so if we can align those who go through our programs with employers, this could be a win-win for Kentucky. So we're really excited about this work. As you know, session will start on January 6th. It's a 60-day long session, legislative session. And so we'll be down there and working over the institutional close on our legislative priorities. I'd like to conclude, Mr. Chairman, with my presidential report by just taking a moment for us to reflect. Let's go back a couple years and just think about where we were as an organization. 2 or 3 years ago, we faced many audits. So thank you for voting to have us go through that. We're a better institution because of it. Nearly all of those are complete with no significant findings, and we're making sure that we're curing all observations. 2 years ago, there were active conversations among members of the General Assembly to take the general education component away from our community colleges. That was just a couple years ago. 2 years ago, we were navigating overlapping reviews and studies. Again, 212 individual initiatives, initiative fatigue. We're wrapping that into one strategic plan. I've been able to fill an executive team with incredible talent and stability. We had 3 presidential searches just this past year at once. We're getting support from the General Assembly, the governor's office, and judicial branch in ways that I think haven't been elevated in years. It's also been able to allow me to focus more on the external role of being president, fundraising capacity, our KCTCS for Kentucky initiative as well. We have more student activities. We have students competing in Skills USA. We have a robotics league that's really taking off. We have other activities in the works that are focused on students. We also have gotten through a period of uncertainty, and I think that we can safely say that there's stability, progress, and renewed momentum across the system as well. This has been extraordinary. It's a new day at KCTCS. And I think that last night I shared with you that there's a focus on unity right now. And I'm proud of every one of the people in this room and those perhaps watching online for the work that you do to make us a better Commonwealth as well. Today we have answers. We have results that speak for themselves. We have a stronger system, deeper partnerships across our state. We continue to have national recognition as evidenced by the Aspen Awards and historic student success as well. It's a bright day for us. And I think 2026 is going to be another momentous year for us with reform legislation. We're going to transform ourselves. We're going to demonstrate our successes, the size of our system, the nimbleness of our system as well. And it's going to be both an exciting year in new ways, but also a focus on what we do best, and that's being pillars of our communities across Kentucky. So with that, Chair Hamilton, I'm happy to submit my presidential report and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I don't have any questions right now, but I appreciate your summary. Senior Vice President.
I think we have one. Yeah.
Yes.
Just a quick comment. One, congratulations on all the tremendous success. So really, you and your team have done amazing work. So I hope you take a moment to appreciate, and all your team, and takes a moment to appreciate the impact that it's having. On the notion of the second chance, citizens getting reemployed, you may already be plugged into this, but the Kentucky Chamber Foundation has a very robust program with employers to accept second chance population. So I assume that's sort of a last link that either you've made or can make.
Thank you, Regent McGraw. So yes, we've actually been working with the Kentucky Chamber as well as others. We've identified over 300 employers at this point that have said, yes, I'll take a chance. Some of them are employing, are already second chance employers. Some of them may be second chance employers and not even realize it. And so we're partnering with the Chamber, we're partnering with Goodwill Industries of Kentucky, the Governor's Second Chance Employment Council, and any others as well as we build a coalition which again will be tomorrow, to make sure that we have that robust commitment from employers. And that's one thing we learned in Michigan is that if you don't have the commitment from the employers, it can fall apart. And so we're actually have a laundry list of folks to call. We want those employers to have their names in the building on the side of the walls. We want it so that the building itself has an interview area so that employers can come in and interview job prospects right there and offer jobs. Just earlier this week, on Monday, we met some inmates that already had a job offer months before their release date. And that's what's going to lead towards success, but we have to have that employer commitment.
Also on that, is there going to be something, it's actually quite surprising when you get in class, you start talking to individuals, how many we already have
Yes.
that have been released and they're now in our system and working along like, well, I can't work there. No, I can't work there. Like, why can't you work there? You find out. So also on that, some sort of program for the ones that are already in our system
Yeah, it's
that
a
have
good
been
point.
released that would like to jump on that bandwagon. Cause I know we've done some things before, like we've gotten lawyers to come in and like, well, you haven't had anything for 6 years. So let's see if we can expunge your record and
Mhm.
some programs and stuff like that to kind of help the students we currently have that are already in a bad situation.
We'll add it to the list.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Well, since you're already doing it, I mean,
Yeah.
it seems pretty easy to integrate that in.
And that, and also I failed to mention earlier that this proposal, this KCTCS reentry campus, that's in addition to the work that we're going to continue to do in our jails. So we will continue to provide programming at our prisons. And so I don't want this to be misinterpreted as that we're taking away from the programming. We're adding to it. We're adding to it.
Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer, Todd Kilberg, would you please provide your financial report?
All right, good morning, everyone. Glad you're here. I want to begin the financial report by just calling out, we have a great team of folks, and when I provide you some of these documents, there are many, many people who help provide that. I just want to give a shout out to my team who are over here, though I don't dare look at them too often because I don't want to be presenting something and have them shake their head like this. as we go through. But they're really great, and I just want to call out our great team. As we look at our financial report for first quarter of the 2025-2026 year, I would just note that things are all very preliminary when we come through the first quarter. We'll talk some about what some of the key numbers are and what's significant. We will be tracking some of these things as we go. Later today, you will hear from our external auditors who will talk to you about what's happened in the last year when we closed out the 2024-2025 year. So for this particular quarter, we would note that the net position remains in a really strong place at $1.441 billion. That includes reserves, it includes all of our capital, our facilities, everything is included in that. We've seen that grow over the course of the year. We've tried to be good stewards with the funds that we have. That includes investments and many of the pieces that we have. So we're in a good place. Quarterly update on our trains initiative. Dr. Quarles mentioned that we are making an ask for increased funds for this as we go into the next legislative session. Currently, through September 30th, the current open commitments are at $3.3 million. We would like to see that increased. The commitments serve 118 companies with a projected number of 12,394 enrollments. And there are now 13 open commitments for this year, including $4.4 million pledged to economic development companies. So Jessie and her team are doing a great job with that. We committed to you that we would report on how that project was doing on a quarterly basis, and we're continuing to see those funds be invested and in great work with our local community partners. Our other post-employment benefits update. This is for those people who were enrolled in the retirement plans and the Advantage Medicare plan through the year 2009. We continue to try to manage that well and make sure that we have those reserves set aside available for all of our employees throughout the year. As you look at the end of the initial cover pages, the current value of that is $271 million, and the annual total value increase over the last year was 21 million, or about 8.5%. So we've done well on our investments this year. We continue to manage that. The actuaries build that out based on 35 years beyond what they project the last person might be. So that trust will exist through the year 2112. And as I often say, someone else will have to deal with that when the trust is done. But we are in a good, strong financial position to make sure that our retirees are taken care of. So I will go into some of the numbers for the first quarter in general, if there are no other questions. But the next page, statement of current funds, revenues, and expenses. I will call out a couple of things. In a normal financial statement in some businesses, you might like to see about 25%, give or take, in both the revenue and expense side. Higher education is somewhat different in that regard because we do see a lot of revenue and expenses in the first and third quarters at the beginning of semesters because of all the financial aid money that comes in and goes out. But I'll call out a few things in our report. In our investment income, for the year, we are at 56% of our budget. That's last year. We had such a banner year at 79% at this point that it looks like a significant decrease, but I would still note that we're at almost 60% of our budget for this year in our investment income so far this year. So we're still in a good place when it comes to the investment income. Government grants and contracts, I will just call out that is Fire Commission money that comes in from the state to support Fire Commission training. And so we do see that, have seen that revenue come in throughout the year. Sales and services are things like books, other charges that go to our students. So you'll see that represents some of those numbers come in earlier in the year because of the purchase of books and the charges at the beginning of the semester. So our operating revenue thus far realized to date is at 42% or $394 million. Our expenditures by program, the student services, that has to do with professional services and payroll. That looks in a pretty good spot at 20% of our expenditures for the year. Student financial aid, again, you will see that as a fairly large number because it's at the beginning of the year. And operations and maintenance, those are the charges that of all the things like insurance, of getting buildings ready, of renovations, those kinds of things, to get ready for the start of the school year. So that's a little higher than normal, but that would be anticipated as we think about the start of the school year. But when we look at where we are through the first quarter, we are in the black by 84,464,000 as a system. So we have good budget managers, we budget conservatively, and so we are in a good place at the moment regarding that. So are there any questions on the statement of current funds, revenues, and expenses?
Can you talk a little bit about the institutional support line, right? It looks like 21 last year, 16.
Yes. That percentage it has to do with some of our retirement expenses fall into that category, furniture expenses. There are some other pieces that are involved in just the operating of the institution, aside from the building maintenance. It's more of some of the retirement pieces is what caused that number to change a little bit this year. Any questions? All right, and then we will move on. You should have had a version of this on paper. We realized it didn't make it into the PDF. We did update it, but if you initially had printed things out and didn't have a paper copy of it, we want to make sure you have the current copy of the statement of net position. So when we look through where we are, our current assets in cash and cash equivalents are up. Loans accounts as well have increased. Our other current assets, these are student receivables at the current moment. That number is decreased a little bit, which is good, which means that we're getting more payments from our students at this particular point. Under the non-current assets, a line item, you will notice that that number has dropped some. That's because that was money that was set aside for the completion of some capital projects. Those capital projects have been completed, and so the funds have been invested in that project. And if you look down a little farther under capital assets, the last main line under non-current assets, that number has increased because those buildings and those properties are now online. So it falls under the category of completed buildings, which lives in that particular line item. So those funds that decreased were invested in buildings, so that asset offsets. When we look at the net other post-employment benefit asset, that has to do with our investment income on that particular line. So you will note that. And under leased assets, this is something where we actually have made some inroads as far as some of our leases as a result of some of the work of the Huron study. For example, vehicles, doing less on leasing and more purchases related to that. So some of those fleets have been taken off of leases and the vehicles have been purchased. And so you will see some of those leases have decreased. That includes all kinds of things, though, our computers, our copiers across the system. So that number has decreased, though we still have many of those things. And again, capital assets, that increases both the buildings that I mentioned earlier and some of the vehicles that have been purchased rather than leased. So that number demonstrates an offset in those areas. Deferred outflows, and you will see under the liabilities, deferred inflows, all of these numbers reflect primarily the KERS and KTRS retirement systems. These are numbers that are given to us by the state. So these have to do with what things we are still holding, but we know will need to go out, and then we have to calculate for what we expect we will spend down the road. So that's what those numbers represent. Under our current liabilities, accounts payable, et cetera, you'll see a little bit of an increase there. That reflects wage increases and thus benefit increases as well. Compensated absences, This is something, and we'll talk a little bit about this in the external audit, but in the 24-25 year, a new accounting standard for government under what we call GASB, which is the Government Accounting Standards Board, required that we calculate and set aside the amount for all of our compensated absences, not just vacation time, but also sick time. Even though when an employee leaves, they don't get that sick time, GASB requires that we set that number, that amount aside for the system as a whole. It's in the neighborhood of $11 million that we have had to set aside this year, and we have to calculate that now in our financial statements. So we wanted you to be aware of that. We'll talk at the end about a number that's affected by that from last year, but this was implemented this year, and we've worked very hard to try to pull that together. We were able to support that and set that money aside through the system office rather than having that impact all of our colleges and their operating budgets. So we think that that's a benefit for the system as a whole. Unearned revenue, this has to do with some deferred scholarships, particularly around the KIA scholarship. And so this is revenue that's coming in, but the scholarships have been deferred, and we will get them as the students enroll in later semesters. Under our non-current liabilities, some of our leases payable, you will note there that's dropped a little bit again related to our lease issue. Notes payable, this number reflects the Build Smart funds. When there was an initiative to build new campuses, we took on some bonds and the state took on some bonds, and we have the obligation to pay those back. As you can see, that number drops year after year, and so that's why you see that liability number dropping, because as time goes on, we pay those off more extensively. And under our deferred inflows, again, and I'm just taking some highlights here, again, KERS, KTRS numbers about expenditures. Our net position, our net investment in capital, again, those are all of our capital assets, has increased. Our under restricted and non-expendable, most of that relates to our foundations, and you will see an increase there. So we thank our good folks on the advancement side who have completed that. And so you'll note that our total net position, when we look at the end of this quarter, is $1.4 billion. The number I would call out is last year's number, 1.292. If you were to go back to last year, you would see that that number has been adjusted. That was adjusted because of this compensated absences issue that we had to deal with our auditors throughout the year. And when we calculated out what that was, we had to go back and make some adjustments to that to appropriately address that. So you will see that adjustment that was made in conjunction with our auditors to make sure that we accounted for all of that correctly. And so that concludes the basis of the financial report. You can see at the back, where our colleges are. Every one of our colleges is running in the black through the first quarter, and as well as the system office. I think we're in a good financial position. We seek to monitor and track what we do, and I can't commend enough our good budget managers across the entire system who work very diligently to make sure that we stay on track, we stay within budget, and we work very hard. So with that concludes my portion of the financial report, and I'll open it up for any questions.
Todd, I have this was a great report, but I have, and I know it's really early, I have some concerns what's going to come down the next fiscal year is what I'm saying is. And, I know you have a plan. So I think maybe at the March meeting, the board, or I would like to hear what the plan is. And I know there's a lot of things that are driving this, such as the state budget. But I'm very concerned about health insurance. I mean, that is really a big hot item now. And my concern is that we've made a lot of progress with our faculty and staff with raises. And, I really don't want to hit a stone wall and say, okay, we can't do any more raises in the future is what I'm saying is because of our thing. So I would just like to, and I know that you and Dr. Qualls and your team will work on that as well as the college presidents, but I am concerned about health insurance and that's how it's gonna drive the future. And, you know, I think that we need, as we vote on the budget in June of 2026, the board needs to have a clear understanding of what is gonna happen, how we're gonna solve some of how we're gonna tackle, not solve, tackle some of these problems that are out there before us. Thank you, sir.
You don't mind. Thank you for bringing that up.
Mhm.
For those who may not be aware, we are participants in the state health insurance program. I believe KSU is as well. We had a single year increase of over 18% going into the next calendar year. And so we decided at the system office to cover that on behalf of our employees, excuse me. At the same time, our Vice President of Human Resources, Bridget Cantor, working with Todd and others, will be developing an opportunity to go out for RFP and look at, or maybe not, I should say RFP, but look at other plans to see what's best for KCTCS. And the result of this may be, this is the best plan that we have. But we want to use this next coming spring to go out and research and see whether or not there's other opportunities for us to examine. We need to do that anyway. But the best plan may be with the state. So that is, just want to make sure people are aware that we are absorbing an over 18% increase in the cost of health insurance on behalf of our employees.
And I know that KCTCS would look at that, but I know that also the Kentucky Teacher Retirement System, which had been with United Health for several years, changed to Humana. So there are people, organizations out there is, and I would certainly encourage to look at all of those to see what we can do. But you know, that's a big elephant in the room, and nobody knows how it's going to work. But again, I'm just really concerned about hitting that wall that we've done in the past. Okay, well, we've got too many expenses with insurance stuff. We can't give our raises, and I think that would send a bad sign to our faculty and staff. Thank you, sir.
Agreed. And I would note from our perspective as well, when we look at the $6 per credit increase that we had this year, that totals about $7.2 million across the system. And the impact of the health insurance increase is somewhere between 8 and 9 million per year. So just to put that in perspective, it's a concern that we have. We found out what that number was and the percentage increase about 10 days before everything went live this year. So since our last meeting, so we are in the process of trying to figure out how we're going to do that. We do want to do right by our faculty and staff. We also want to make sure that we balance our budgets and keep things managed well. And so it's going to take some work. And I think it's going to take some work, particularly as we talk through what happens at the legislature this year. All of that will come together as one big piece of things we need to work together.
You got a question, Marty?
Well, not a question as much as I know you mentioning this in the meeting right now. I know it's hard to believe not every single person in the system watches this. So maybe in a letter or something that you send out, newsletter or whatever, you might want to mention that. I think a lot of people would want to know that the system is eating that.
Happy to do that.
So I don't know if you want to do it now, if you would figure out later, but at some point in time, I think you should probably put that out and say, hey, it's a big hit.
Yep.
And so.
I think we mentioned it in one of my monthly emails, but it's worth mentioning twice and letting people know that we're looking at options that's best for KCTCS.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was looking for it. I didn't see it. Let me see.
I know
Keep
we're
them
probably
so
looking
early.
at self-funding as well with as many employees as we have.
We're studying what other public institutions are doing across Kentucky as well as other opportunities. But we're going to leave it in the hands of our esteemed HR team.
But it's, it is commonplace this year of major double-digit increases.
Yeah.
So, which forced us last year to go to self-funded.
And if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, just another comment on insurance. We actually had a great PLT meeting yesterday and, it should be reflected. We're talking about health insurance, but we also have 340 plus buildings. other assets that we have to insure. And anybody who's gotten an insurance premium update in the mail knows that's gone up as well. The legislature's been pretty generous to us. They actually funded the increase of insurance for us this past 2 years, and we'll be asking for that again as well. We're also selling property. That's another thing I've challenged our presidents to do. I think since starting, how many buildings now?
5.
5,
Mhm.
with others in the works. We're reevaluating the need of our properties. Sometimes we're gifted properties. Sometimes we have assets that we don't need. Sometimes we have property that's needed for economic development from the state. And so we're reevaluating that, and we actually were successful in getting language in the budget this past biennium, and we'll be asking for it again, that KCTCS could recoup 100% of the sale proceeds of property that we dispose of as well. The other thing is about building smart. I'll do like a great example. We were lucky this past session that we received all $90 million, which was optional. The legislature didn't have to give this to us, to fund 3 new builds across Kentucky. And for example, the build at JCTC is going to be taking down a building. Some of you all saw that in September. A building that's 12 stories tall, but the elevator only goes to 11. And we're going to replace that with a building that has smaller square footage, but more usable space. And so we're trying to be smarter about the upgrading that we have as well, and always have an eye towards efficiency.
I also like to point out that that is part of responding to the Huron.
Yep.
Project,
Space optimization.
space
Yeah.
optimization.
Great.
Dr. Quarles, based on that, so, we're talking about getting rid of assets that we have, but are we, I know we are growing leaps and bounds in different areas, but again, that physical presence of students on campus is still not where it was post-COVID, 2012. So when we're looking at purchasing new buildings that become available near our campuses, are they undergoing more rigorous study prior to saying, hey, we need this building just because?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
So this goes back to the geographic footprint conversation and presentation we had last month. It's evaluating at the college level, the enrollment health, the fiscal health, accreditation health, but also the utilization of buildings, and even not just the building utilization, but whether or not certain classrooms are being used. And that's going to help us, it's going to help guide us towards being more precise when we go to the General Assembly to ask, when our presidents and their budget directors are saving up to renovate or saving up to develop. It's going to help us be a little bit more efficient and nimble when it comes to our ask as well. But I think I'm really excited about the geographic footprint because it's going to give us a good kind of EKG monitoring system that goes beyond just looking at buildings, but the overall health of each individual college, including here at the system office as well.
Okay, we've got a little bit of a change in schedule. Our committee chair Cox needs to move his items from the original agenda, items B, C, D, and E. We'll move those until he's available. Since the forensic audit was completed, Todd Kilburn has kept us updated on our progress on accomplishing the recommendations provided. Todd, would you please give us an update on the forensic audit?
Thank you. And for those of you who are new, we completed a forensic audit with the firm KPMG last year. And so what we've done is tried to give an update as to where things stand on those items throughout the year. Every quarter, we're hoping that we can have everything completed by March. But we are continuing to work along these areas and want to make sure we're accountable to you to fulfilling what we can around this forensic audit. So we'll take a look at these one by one. The first was an account. It was called account 10,001 that had 656 accounts. It was a pass-through account that comes in and out. And so there were some recommendations to us about possibly making that account maybe not quite so large, making sure that that we handled that well. And we had a team take a look at that, comprised of people from the system office and people from the colleges, to say, what do we think about this? What could we do? We shared this with the audit committee at the last meeting, but the recommendation was that we not change this particular account, because the forensic auditors did say that over the 20+ years that they went back and reviewed this, everything balanced to the penny year after year. And so the idea of separating it and now managing maybe 3 different accounts that we would have to balance, the recommendation was, and I'll put it in a nutshell, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, kind of thing. Like, why would we change something that seems to be working? They brought that recommendation to me. I brought that to Dr. Quarles. We've supported that direction. But we are, rather than monitoring it annually, we're monitoring quarterly. I'm getting a report of where things stand, make sure it balances quarter by quarter, so we keep an eye on it. We're taking a look at, are there accounts that can be eliminated that haven't been used in some time? We didn't feel that this actually provided us any benefit, and the working group determined that the risks were probably greater than the reward of making any changes at this point. So we've determined to move forward, continuing that, but we will monitor it, and we monitor on a quarterly basis rather than an annual basis now. On our affiliated foundations, we are nearing completion of this. I'm sure Dr. Stiff could speak to some of these areas, but you may note that they have, the steps taken have all been implemented. But there are some pieces that, just because of timing, still need to come up. If you may remember, when we talked about the status of documentation, a lot of this was in the pink-red category when we started and was not completed. As you can see, the green items, those are things that have been completed and done. The things in blue are mostly around timelines and annual, the cycle of the individual foundations and their boards. But this continues to move forward, and we anticipate that this should be completed hopefully by March of this year, as we work with all of the individual foundations. The next one on executive compensation. Again, this is nearing completion. Part of this, part of what has occurred with this has been the evaluation of our compensation structure. As you know, there was a plan put in a couple of years ago. That plan is being evaluated this year. And so as we look at that compensation plan as a holistic piece, we wanted to be able to address executive compensation in light of that topic. So there were proposed changes that were discussed with the PLT. The market salary research is being done, and so Human Resources and General Counsel's office are working on some proposed policy updates that would better align and get this into place. And those proposed policy and procedure updates will be presented at the March 26th board meeting. On the next item, FERPA compliance. This one is also nearing completion. We are working with our registrars across the system. There were some policy updates because of some vacation schedules, et cetera. It slowed down a little bit in early fall. The recommendations should be made by the end of this month, and then there will be a new policy set in place. That policy we expect to be updated and will be put out to our campuses in January of 26. So FERPA continues to move. It's nearing completion, but not quite. We haven't quite gotten it off the finish line just yet. On the financials, these had to do with appropriate training and those kinds of issues. We took a look at our policies. We discovered that a number of our policies were actually procedures, and so we're working to actually extricate procedure out of policy. So we have general over and guiding policies, but then the procedures are built into our procedures manuals. A lot of that work has been done and should be completed by January. There was one note, the third recommendation, manual controls for evaluating sufficiency of supporting documentation. We are continuing to implement those manual controls to make sure that all of the the documentation that people are supposed to submit with various purchases is all in place and done appropriately. So it's not just the automated process. There's also manual controls being established just to double check things. And so again, we expect that will be completed within the next month or so. The Higher Ed Innovation Superlative Group item, this had to do with purchasing. Both on this and the Pro Cards last meeting, we talked a little bit about what constituted a large purchase. And on both of those areas, we actually removed the term large purchases. Thanks for your feedback on that. We determined that both in Pro Cards and purchasing, what the level is very much depends on the kinds of purchases that are being made. If someone's purchasing large pieces of equipment, for example, as opposed to someone who's ordering supplies for the office, those levels may need to be set individual by individual or appropriate to the position. And so we're trying to establish that. But the summary of all of these things that we were asked to do by KPMG, those have all been completed, and there's training that's been put in place and training guides put in place for our staff across the system. On the, let me see the next item here. Marketing and PR was, that one was initially completed. Marketing gets the gold star for having done theirs first. And they like that I point that out every meeting, so I will continue to do so. On our personnel and unit investigation, this one has been completed. There were some pieces around compliance bridge. And so this is a whistleblower platform, and notifications have been sent out to let employees know regarding this. They was suggested that we do an RFP for the Medicare Advantage plan under the OPEB trust. We did that this year. It actually resulted in lower insurance costs to us, which felt really good until we got the regular health insurance bill. However, that has been done and will provide a reduction for that particular plan. HR has implemented Salary.com's online compensation platform, and that data is currently and continuing to be analyzed. And job offers and salary and compensation are being calculated within that. And then credential verification and onboarding pieces. We are in the midst of working with Dean Dorton, our internal auditors. They are providing some consulting services to us to try to help us determine if there are ways that we can improve our onboarding process in light of this particular finding. So it's part of the engagement we already have them doing. And so it will give some direction and some guidance and recommendations to HR in that process. So we would consider this one completed because we've done what was requested to be done. Pro Cards has also been completed. We did look at some of the recommendations. Flags and PeopleSoft was recommended, but we didn't find that we had the capacity to make that change. So we did find a different way to flag how expenses are made and supervisor approval prior to the purchase with Pro Cards. Procure to Pay has met with our Pro Card designers to discuss those changes, and now they've communicated that the new rules take effect on January 1st. And so the idea would be that someone who wants to use a Pro Card can use an email or a form that they fill out that will help establish what the limits are of their purchase. So that's done prior to the purchase in fulfillment of this particular suggestion from KPMG. On the voluntary separation agreements, again, this falls under HR and General Counsel. This is nearing completion. They've been working on a standard virtual separation agreement template. They're working to create an HR procedure to address the authority the colleges have regarding this, and it will be discussed with the HR peer team, has been discussed, and will be recommended in January of this year. So that work again continues to be done, and we expect that will be completed as of March. The last item, and this was not part of KPMG, this was part of our desire to be accountable and transparent with you as a board, was around the carry forward and the fund balance. The work has basically been completed around that. We're still working on some details. And so there will be a presentation to the board at the March meeting regarding the fund balance and the carry forward. There's been a lot of work that's been involved with this. We wanted to make sure that we had everything that we knew of to be able to present to you, and we want to make sure that we're clear on that. And so we will have that for you at the March board meeting. And with that, concludes the update on the forensic audit. Again, we are hopeful that by March, we will be able to celebrate completion, and we are thankful for our auditors and for the recommendations that they've made and have sought to implement them faithfully.
All righty. Does anyone have any feedback or questions at this point?
Just a thank you for everybody that's been involved with the multiple audits, getting us into compliance, curing observations, and also continuous improvement, particularly with our general counsel, Jessica, her team, and Mallory. It's almost every week we're getting updates on policies. We now have a policy on policies. And we know that many of our policies are outdated. And so we have somewhat done a triage situation to figure out what needs to be addressed first. And so we're trying to put order and stability and help simplify, unify, and make it more consistent across the system. So thanks for your help.
Is there a motion to approve the process for the RFP for internal audit services?
Make the motion.
That's for the next.
Yeah.
That's when Chair Cox is.
So we-
Back.
We're way past that.
Okay.
Oh,
All righty. Twice a year, we have a capital report, and Andy Caspier, Assistant Vice President, Facilities Support Services, will you please come up and present the report?
Hello, Board of Regents. Thank you for indulging me to do this semi-annual report to you. As you know, we have 16 colleges, 70 campuses. But what you may not know is it totals 8.6 million square feet of buildings. Actually, 342 are KCTCS, but if I include our friends at the Fire Commission, we have 357 buildings. And the value of those buildings is $2.5 billion. So it indicates to you what that asset is, and want you to understand that my department tries to look at buildings not as just brick and mortar, but as opportunities for students. And so we work with our colleges and try to move projects forward as fast as we can so that every classroom, every laboratory, every gathering space is utilized by the students to the fullest potential. Since we've opted out of DECA, we are going through a little bit of growing pains, but our intent is to move our facilities forward as an investment for KCTCS and your investment. I think I'm supposed to drive myself. Let's see. Yeah, so just to summarize where we are, the 64 projects that we've been doing under the 22-24 asset preservation pool total over $2.6 million. A lot of those are starting to be completed. We're still fortunate enough that we've been able to manage that money well enough that we every now and then have to come back and ask you to let us do another project with that pool of money, but we're kind of getting to the end of that. So we're trying to get that expended. We have 23 projects that are in the 24-26 biennium, which is $71 million worth of projects, and those are ongoing. We've already had a couple of those come in under budget, so we have some additional money that we'll be looking for other opportunities to improve our assets as we go forward. So you'll hear from me probably in March about that. We've had 18 major capital projects that are over $1 million. They total $282 million in total that we've been accomplishing. We've also done 39 minor projects that are under $1 million each, which totaled $8.6 million. So totally, over the last couple of years, we've done 144 projects totaling $567.8 million. That's a pretty big investment, and appreciate your support in doing that. However, understand, even though we've made those strides in improving our facilities and creating new facilities, new opportunities for students, we still have a huge need. So as you've heard at your last meeting, when we talked about the capital budget, we have 67 capital projects that we're asking for. It comes to $662 million. I don't expect that they'll approve all of that, although we're going to keep our fingers crossed. But if we are given half of that, which is what we probably expect that we might be able to get, we'll be able to continue on the same pace we're on to improve our colleges and improve the opportunities for students. Every time I come to you, I want to show off a few things. So this is the new classroom building at BCTC. I've talked to you about this a little bit before, but this is a $58 million building that I can now report to you is under construction. They've already started all the excavation and getting things prepared. We've already run into some bones that we thought might be human remains since it's the old Eastern State Hospital, and we found out they weren't. So anyway, excitement all along the way every time we dig over there, but the project is underway now. Will be coming out of the ground. So one of these days, I'll be glad to take you over there and show you that project. This project you saw when you were at Jefferson for your meeting. We still had a mess because we were still finishing up this building, but I can proudly report to you now that the $25 million project is complete and students are actually using this facility successfully. We are now underway with the $35 million phase 2, which, as Dr. Quarles indicated to you, will tear down the 12-story tower that has 11 stories worth of elevator service and other problems with it. We'll raise that building and build a new classroom building there. So that is in design. We have a construction manager already on board who will do the construction. So he's working with our design team because it's a very extremely complicated project. We're actually going to build the second and third floor of the building before we build the first floor. So it's kind of a weird thing, but that's what we have to do in order to get rid of the plaza that the tower is sitting on now. So it's going to be a very interesting project, but we have a great team working on this. Another project that's completed is at Western Kentucky Cosmetology. It's a $369,938 project. I wanted you to see that it's not everything's millions and millions of dollars, but this is very successful. Students are already using this facility, so it's a new cosmetology. Also at West Kentucky, another thing that's just been finished is the West Kentucky Aviation Program, a $552,000 project. Students are using this facility as well. Yeah, and this is Health Force Kentucky. This was kind of a KCTCS, not KCTCS project, but we're proud of it. It's a $11 million build plus all the equipment that's going in it. It is finishing right now as we speak. They are actually already scheduled a ribbon cutting for February. I'm sure we'll get some word out to you about that.
February 20th.
February the 20th, yes. So we'll get word out to you about attending that. It's a very exciting thing. It's a new innovation in nursing instruction. So it's something to go see. Building's finishing up right now. They're doing all the final cleanings and things, and then they'll start putting all the equipment in and doing the shakedown cruise so that when we get there in February, we'll actually see students utilizing this building. Next, I just want to talk to you a little bit about real estate. As Dr. Quarles indicated, we're trying to sell a property. We've had in 2025, 16 property transactions that are still pending right now. It takes a while to do property. If you've ever bought and sold your house, you can imagine what it's like for larger buildings. 10 of those are dispositions. So we're getting rid of 10 properties that we have. As Dr. Quarles indicated, he's also asking that for the next biennium, anything that we sell, that we get to keep the money. Right now, anything we sell, we're putting that money back into capital investment as we go. So that's going forward. We'll continue to look for ways to strategize to take care of property. So we're working with the colleges each and every day about that. Now talking about safety and security, we put in the budget, as I talked to you before, a $30 million project to upgrade safety and security at all the campuses to kind of bring everybody up to the same place. But I want you to know we're not waiting until we get that money because the legislature hasn't met yet. We already have some projects underway and they're listed over there. We have a $3 million project at Jefferson, $2 million project at Gateway, $2.9 million at Owensboro. $1.4 million at Big Sandy and a $999,000 project at Henderson that we're using asset preservation funds so those colleges are increasing their security right now. I don't want you to think that our colleges are safe. All of our campuses are safe. We're just trying to take it to the next level so that we can rest assured that if something were to happen, we're ready to react to those kind of things. Next, also with safety and security, we've been enhancing our OSHA training for all the folks out at the colleges, and we've been working on our health and safety enhancements and assessments so that we're visiting all technical program spaces every fall and visiting all gen ed and other spaces at all the colleges in the spring and trying to look for safety improvements that we can make and pointing out things that, you move this in front of the exit door, let's move this away and things like that. So that's going on. We've also improved our emergency operation plans for all the colleges. We're currently updating those with new FEMA and REMIS best practices. So those are happening right now. And then we've also, and we're going to flip I've got to do a little gymnastics here, but I'm going to show you a dashboard that we've now created. Maybe. Yeah. So the colleges report to us every time there's an incident on a campus, anything that happens, anything from somebody slipped and fell to somebody being hurt or all kinds of things. And actually in the board report that I have already submitted to you has a detailed listing of where we were at the time I submitted that report for this year. This is current. This is as of right now. So anything that happened this morning while we were getting ready to start the meeting. But this dashboard also, and my mouse is going to be a little bit slow, but I can now with this dashboard and we can make this available to you if you want to. You will have to get a KCTCS email address and we'll have to give you access to this because it's something we're using internally. But if you want to see real time to be able to drill down and see how the safety incidents are happening at our colleges, we can do that. But because of this, I can go in here and I can go and pick a college. This mouse is a little weird, but hang on a second. So say if I go to Henderson, I can actually look at just Henderson and see the incidents that they've had and what's going on there. I can. This is worse than doing a computer game with this little mouse, but hang on. I can also say I want to look and see all the abrasions. Where are these? If I can get there, let's see. So if I want to see the abrasions that have been reported, I can now see what the abrasions were. I can also see which colleges had those issues. And so what my staff is going to be using this dashboard for is to be able to drill down and see if we see trends of someplace, if we're having a lot of slips and falls on a campus, or if we're having traffic accidents or something like that, that will tell us if there's a facilities related problem that we need to go investigate. So we're using it for that. We're also going to be trying to provide additional training to the colleges. If a certain college is having a reoccurring problem, try to help them get a better handle on that as best we can. So just to tell you that this is available if you want it. It's a little hard to navigate even with we're in a delayed situation here where the mouse isn't real accurate but it's still a little bit tedious to try to drill down. So if you have interest in this, we can actually set up a meeting with Christy Giles from my staff who is the person who's the guru about all this and is deep into it, and she can help you drill down into things and look at something. Oh, okay. Yeah, so here's incidences than somebody else does. That doesn't mean Hazard is less safe. It means that Hazard does a better job of reporting to us. It maybe reports to us every little thing that happens where somebody else may only give us the real stuff, the more important stuff. Yes, that's right. Yeah. So if you were to get access to this and you go look at it, not knowing that, you're going to think, my goodness, what's going on in Hazard? But Christy will be able to, if you want her to walk through with you and do a Teams meeting and take you through some things, she can identify to you what the issue is. If you go to another college and wow, they look like they don't have any problems. Well, we're working with them right now to try to get them to report to us a little bit better. So but with this tool, we now have real-time data. So instead of us waiting until we do a quarterly report or something and say, oh, wait a minute, somebody's not been reporting to us. Now Christy and her group can start trying to do this. So this is another way we're trying to make the colleges campuses safer, not only doing security things, but also looking at safety. So the goal is to get this 724 number that you see there reduced down from year to year. Now, one thing to also understand is 724 sounds like a whole lot, but a whole lot of that, if you remember last January, February, March, and just recently, switch devices. Okay. The next thing I need to report to you is have to report to you is about energy conservation. And each 6 months, I give you this. This is a rundown of two things that we're monitoring in our system. One is the KBTUs. So a negative number means that we've saved energy. We're not using the BTUs that we normally do. So overall for the system, we have a decrease in the use of KBTUs of $4.7 million or 7 million KBTUs. That's hard for me to say for some reason. Another way to look at it is look at money savings. So, utility rates don't stay the same, but if you take our baseline and you look at where we are now, we're saving about $1,965,000 less in energy costs than we would have if we hadn't have accomplished this. We also see that there are a few colleges that we have from time to time that have pluses in this, and we monitor those. Most of these have an explanation of why it did. Even look at Big Sandy, the KBTUs is significantly high. They had some malfunctioning equipment, and it took us a while to get that resolved. Even in doing that, they still had a $569,000 decrease in energy costs. So even though they had that incident happen, they were also still saving money from where they would have been. So all in all, our energy conservation and our decrease in expenses for that are good year over year. So, and we continue to monitor that as we go. The last thing I want to talk to you about is we've now opted out of DECO. I think we still have 26 projects that we're doing with them. We have 82 projects right now ongoing that we're doing in-house internally ourselves. And since Jennifer Litton arrived here in May to help us get the procurement side of this thing going, these are the numbers of what we've accomplished since then. So we've done 27 contracts for architectural and engineering professional services totaling $12.8 million. We've done 144 master agreements with architectural and engineering services. We've done 10 construction sealed bids, and we've done 4 construction manager general contractor procurements as of when we did the board report for you about a month ago. So we're much further along than that. We actually have some projects right now that are bidding right before institutional close, and we'll start construction in January. We have some other things that the timing's not right, and we'll bid them in January. But we have so Jennifer and her team have been able to do that. We've also yesterday selected our first JOC general contractor through a selection committee. So we now have a JOC contractor, job order contracting available at every college. We can do anything small up to $1 million that needs general construction work without having to go through full design and without having to go through full bidding. So again, as I said at the very beginning, our goal is we understand that spaces being ready for students to use is an asset to us and a benefit to the students. So any way that we can cut off time. And so at the last meeting that I was with you, you gave us permission to do this. We've done the RFP. We have it. We have the roofing. We're going to select roofing job contractors, I think next week. And so once we do that, we'll be able to do roofing projects up to $1 million without having to full design and without having to bid it. This will save us time and money and be able to better project what those costs are going to be. In the first part of the year, we'll also be doing mechanical contractors, electrical contractors, plumbing contractors, and site concrete contractors. Those are the big things that we do a lot of projects small about. And so we're getting all that so we can cut out all that time it takes to do things. So again, we're just trying to move things forward as fast as we can. Time is money in construction. So with that, I'll just open up to any questions you all have, and I do appreciate your support, and we will continue to try to do what we can for the colleges.
I think Regent Stevens has a question.
Yeah, and Andy, in reference to those project managers, are those in that area? Like when you send out Western Kentucky, or we got a project manager that is for the Western Kentucky that lives in Ashland?
You mean that are on my staff?
Well, that are, yeah, on,
Yeah.
thing, yeah, that are familiar with those less than less than $1 million, yes.
Oh, yeah. When we do projects for less than $1 million, the contractor that we selected for a large part, it's done through an RFP, but this contractor I have is actually, he has an office in Tennessee, right across the border, which will serve most of Western Kentucky. And he has an office in Lexington that serves the other part. The other contractor, Jennifer, where were they from? I think Louisville, right? Yeah, so the other contractor that was successful is from Louisville. So that's where they are. We did offer it, we had over 70 contractors look at the project. We only had like maybe 10 actually submit things. A couple of them we had to throw out for problems with their thing. Now, because we're starting this in the middle of a biennium, this contract will go through June 30th of this coming year, 26. And then we have the option to either renew it if he's doing a good job, or we can put out a new job contract to get a different person. So we'd like to get more local participation as we can, but right now that's what we ended up with.
I'm gonna say, I want to refer to Mr. Hunt, who is a construction expert, and he knows what I'm talking about when you have people that from the other part of the region, the state, that try to come into your area. So Mr. Hunt, go ahead.
Put him on the spot.
Well, I think it has to do with information. It sounds like most of these projects are going to be kind of on the fly.
Mhm.
And being able to have people to respond and get there in a timely manner and provide correct information to move forward could be tough if that guy's in Glasgow and you got a job for
Right.
Duke.
Yeah, we've actually bid it, so there are 4 colleges in our group, a region. And so the contractor that's successful for that region, which are just 4 colleges that are close together, is one guy. You go to another region, there's another guy. And then this is a general contractor, right? So he has subcontractors that he will utilize below him. And I would expect, as Mr. Hunt could tell you, if he's doing a project in Paducah, he's going to be looking for the Paducah subcontractors to use that he's familiar with using. So, but what this does, they're going to use a unit price book where all the unit prices are already established, and now we have a coefficient for that contractor. So I know that I can look in this book and say, okay, he's going to do 100 square feet of drywall. This is the price. And I put it against his coefficient. I already know before I call him to come do the job, I already know what his cost is going to be. And it will be significantly lower than we could do if we just went out and got quotes or tried to do a bid. And if it's not, we'll do it that way. We now have a lot more flexibility to get the best price, the best contractor moving forward. Right. Yeah. So yeah, there's required, like if it's an emergency project and I need somebody there 2 days from now, his requirements for him to get us his quote and to go there is built in so that he's on the job 2 days from now. If we have a little bit more time where he can take a little bit more time. So we have three different ways that we can say, this is an emergency project, this is a critical project, and this is a normal project. So that but they had to build that response in and to guarantee us that they're willing to do that. Yep, sorry.
Hi, Andy. You'd mentioned looking at the security request from across the system. Can you just give a quick overview, what kind of improvements we're looking at, what those projects might consist of?
Okay, so just as the baseline, we've done a review of the security systems at all the colleges. We're looking at access controls, we're looking at cameras, we're looking at if they have any kind of, some of them have a few metal detectors, things like that. We've looked at all that. They also, some of them contract with local law enforcement for some things. So we looked at all that and tried to figure out, we have some colleges that are very advanced in that. I'll pull out Gateway and Jefferson or like those, and of course they have reasons because they're urban campuses, but they are really robust in what they do with those systems. Some of the other colleges have not so much, but we'd like to get everybody up to the same kind of level so that we can say, it doesn't matter which college you go to, which campus you are, we have the same kind of thing. So we did a study, we identified that at this first phase that will get everybody up to a level where I can come to you and say, we have secure campuses, and we needed $30 million. So we've got that $30 million. Now in January, my director of safety and Christy and her group will start looking at specifically, where do I need a camera? Here it is. Where do I need access controls? Here it is. We want to be, right now, if we have to lock down a campus, maybe there's a shooting at the, or an active shooter at the school down the road or whatever, but we locked down the campus. We have campuses where the guy with the keys literally goes around and tries to lock all the doors. That's not an acceptable way to lock down a campus. And so one of the first goals and one of the first things is be able to go in on a computer or your phone and say, lock all my doors, and everything's locked. So we can lock down that quickly. They already have that at Gateway. They already have that at Jefferson. They already have that in some degree at a lot of other colleges, but we're trying to take that to the next level where there isn't an exterior door to a building that can't be locked down just like that. Then the other thing is we enhance cameras. So we have cameras in a lot of places. Some places we don't have cameras at all, but try to look at where do we need cameras in order to be able, our security people to know what's going on their campus, not to, identify, oh, you're the troublemaker, I'm gonna come get you. It's not that kind of thing, but it's just to be able to say, I know what's going on my campus. And so those are the first steps. Later steps as technology advances and we work out legal issues that Jessica's been working with us on to be able to use AI to our advantage without violating people's privacy. But be able to use AI technology to help enhance that so that maybe it doesn't take as many security people to do the same job. Or to be able to get information to third-party responders like the sheriff department or whatever that's coming. So we're working toward everything we're going to build now with this $30 million and everything we're building with the projects I told you we have going on now are geared so that all that equipment is capable of moving toward the way we're going to try to move in the future. So we're trying to build things as we go. In the past, it was always, well, this college did this and this college did that. And we're trying to make it a coordinated effort so we get the same kind of safety everywhere.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to say I had a conversation with our two resource officers at Madisonville, and they were very excited and appreciative that this is going forward. And I thank you for your work.
Yeah, and they're critical team players to us. So all those folks are involved in helping us.
And just a quick comment. So we do an annual safety summit as well.
Yep.
Evaluation. This is our number one asset preservation ask, $30 million. And we do go through lots of trainings. Just recently at Somerset, we did an active shooter training on campus. So that's something that's ongoing improvement as well.
We also did a train derailment at Somerset, which was pretty exciting to see. But,
Thank you, Andy.
Yep.
Assume there's no more additional questions. If not, is there a motion to approve the South Central Kentucky Community and Technical College Glassboro Health Campus.
So moved.
Sorry, say it again. Andy, so we're asking Andy to present the construction project.
Okay, yeah, just we had, yeah, out of the $90 million that Dr. Quarles talked about earlier that we got from the General Assembly, and we're doing 3 projects. One of those projects is to do a new campus in Glasgow to take the nursing college that is in some dilapidated or some overused buildings. Try to use better words. I mean, they're running the best nursing program in the state out of these buildings that really aren't appropriate for them to be using.
It's replacing a 1920s tuberculosis hospital.
Yes, there we go. Good. That's a better way to say it. But it's a new campus, so we are still, we've been looking at property there, and Dr. Trewitt can tell you, we are having a time finding some property that they haven't overpriced, that we can actually, we can only pay the appraised value, and everybody wants double the appraised value. But so we're still looking for the actual property, but most of the property we were looking for, because we're doing it on the new bypass, we have to run utilities to that. So we're asking to set up a project where $1.2 million of restricted funds, which are from Sky, out of their resources, just to have it available as we need to bring utilities to the site itself, and not utilize the construction funds that we need to build the buildings they need. And part of that will depend on which utilities are at the site when we get one. We have an appraiser looking at a new site right now. So we're hoping to pretty soon get underway with that. We've already hired the architect to design the building. I just don't have a piece of land for him to design it for. So here we are. So, but that's what this is.
Andy, will you please present the capital construction project? Does anyone have any feedback or questions?
I have a question. That project in particular, it says 50 million, is that right? The
No.
nursing school?
It's out of the $90 million pool. It's a
Okay.
$28 million building there for the nursing program.
And then looking at the matrix you provided on CM, general contract, blah, blah, how do you decide that particular project of that scope and that size, how do you decide what contracting method to use?
Yeah, that's a decision we make internally. We look at the complexity of the project. We look at the ability in that area of the state to get accurate estimates without having somebody from the construction side. You know, what a CMGC does is allow us to hire the contractor while we're still in design. And so because of the way the construction market has been, the volatility of pricing, when it's a project significant enough and we really need to nail down the cost while we're still designing it, then we'll bring them in to help us. Every phase along the design, they do a cost estimate, and they help us with value engineering. They help us to look at constructability, a lot of things during design, and then they can carry on through construction. So it has to do with the complexity of the project and the size of the project and our concern about cost.
Does that wind up being CM at risk, or is it open book, or what? How?
No, the state several years ago, actually, when Jennifer and I both were at the finance cabinet, we instituted a new type of construction management that's called construction manager / general contractor. It's not construction manager at risk. It's not construction manager agency. It's its own separate little animal. And that's the type that we use because it takes a lot of the risk off of us as the agency and gives it back to the contractor. And he acts like a CM during design, and there are certain parts of his responsibilities are like a CM during construction, but he also acts in a lot of ways like a general contractor during construction. He's responsible for all the trade packages as subs to him. So it's kind of a hybrid between a normal general contractor type and a construction manager. It's something, there was legislation done probably about 6 years ago now when or 7, I've been here 5 years. So about 7 years ago when we did all that to get that going. But it takes out the risk to us, right? Builds it back in.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Try again. Is there a motion to approve the South Central Kentucky Community and Technical College Glasgow Health Campus Utilities Capital Project with a scope of 1.6 million?
Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Witten,
Yes.
Regent Cox, Regent Fulton,
Yes.
Regent Gibbons,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn,
Yes.
Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw. Yes. Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
At this time, we'll take about a 10-minute break. Thank you.
The most difficult class we already have one.
It's great. Is your most difficult class one of your math classes?
No.
Oh, you said you have a talent for that, though, so.
It's actually. the humanity.
All right, we convene, please. Starting back with action, we need to ratify the personnel actions from August 1st, October 31st, 2025. Bridget, could you please present this item?
Absolutely. So let me begin. I know as we're heading into holiday season, we all know that we have lots to be grateful for and to be thankful for, but that we do unfortunately have had some employees within our family that have passed away in this time period. So those families may not be having as lovely of a holiday season as what we might be. So I would just ask that we take a few minutes just in honor of those individuals that we have lost in this from August to October 31st. Thank you. So you have before you all of the personnel actions that have occurred from August the 1st through October the 31st. Just to hit some kind of highlights for you all as it relates to the report. And I went this time and I looked at last year, the report that was given in December of last year, and compared it to this year just to provide some context of what has happened in a year's time. And really, there's not been that much movement, to be honest. So you will see, like in the resignations for this time period, there were 78 resignations across the system. Last year, there was 79. So not much movement there at all. In terms of position vacancies, there has been a decrease there. So last year, we had 141 vacancies at this time, and there were 50 faculty and 91 staff positions. As we sit now for this period, there are 125 vacancies across the system and only 30 faculty and 95 staff. So the faculty vacancies have decreased in the past year. Just in terms of, because I know Regent Witten always asks me, so just to provide some context in terms of the individuals that have left. So when we looked at the exit interview data, there was about 48 individuals who responded to the exit interview questions. Again, not surprising as it relates to those who did actually respond. The number one factors as to why they were leaving. The first was a better opportunity. And I will tell you in terms of better opportunity, that's not always compensation. And I think oftentimes we think that, but until you go through and look at the actual comments that people put in there, there's a lot of spouses that have left the area. So they're moving because of that. There are taking care of children, there's taking care of parents, all of those sorts of things. So it's not strictly just compensation. But of course, compensation and benefits does show up as one of the top three. And when we look at that, there's the reasons for behind the compensations and benefits is not the benefits. So the benefits portion, people are happy with. Compensation continues to be a challenge for us. We know that. But I will say in one of the instances in which you can say, if compensation is an issue for you, what specifically about that? There's a follow-up question that is asked. And last year, the majority of the individuals said that the salary was too low. This year, that's kind of flipped. And I shouldn't say it's flipped. It's gone down 5 percentage points. So there has been a little bit of movement as it relates to that. So we're happy to see that. And the other thing that I will just bring to our attention, and Todd talked about that Dean Dorton is going to be working with us and providing some best practices as it relates to onboarding of our employees. And I think that will be really valuable to us because when we look at where we are losing employees, it is 2 years and under. So it's those newly hired employees that we're really needing to dig into what is happening as they start with us, because to be honest, they come to us, they've accepted the salary that we've offered, right? So once we get them in the door, where are we falling short in terms of why then they're choosing to leave before they hit that 2-year mark? But any questions? Yes, Regent Witten.
So you mentioned that follow-up question. So last year you said, and it wasn't necessarily strictly related. So what was the actual response this year on that follow-up question about compensation? Not that it wasn't enough. What was the actual answer that they provided this year? You said it was a little bit different.
Well, just the percentage points, but I'll look at it. I'll look at it and give it to you.
Yeah,
Yes,
good.
so it went from 80% down to 75%. So there
Right.
was a 5% drop in the salary being too low.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Any other questions? And Chair Hamilton, I am just seeking a motion to ratify the personnel actions for the period of August 1st through October the 31st.
So moved. Oh,
Second.
sorry. You didn't have to ask you.
Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens, Secretary Winton,
Yes.
Regent Cox, Regent Fulton,
Yes.
Regent Gibbons,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn,
Yes.
Regent Hunt, Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion
you.
passes unanimously.
Next item, we need to adjust the Board of Regents meeting dates for 2026. Shannon, would you please present the proposed schedule?
Good morning. We needed to make one revision for our meeting dates next year, and we need to get those approved today. March 12th through 13th, 2026, June 11th and 12th of 2026, September 10th through 11th of 2026. This is the one we revised, and December 3rd through 4th of 2026.
I'll move approval, please.
Second?
Second.
Thank you.
Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yeah.
Secretary Winton,
Yes.
Regent Cox, Regent Fulton,
Yes.
Regent Gibbons,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn,
Yes.
Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
If you notice, we'll be meeting at the Kentucky Fire Commission in March. This will be the first time in KCTCS history that we've had a Board of Regents meeting there, and they might show us some demonstrations, and we're looking for volunteers as well. That's right. Thank you. Yeah.
Dr. Neal, will you please provide the strategic planning update?
Good morning, everyone. How are you today? It's good to see you all. Excited to share with you an update, a walk forward update from what we last presented at the September Board of Regents meeting in relation to the strategic plan. Just as a recap, we have as a system a 4-year strategic plan. The last one started in 2022 and runs through the end of this academic year, 2026. And we're developing our next 4-year strategic plan from 2026 out to 2030. That process, as we're completing the current strategic plan, we have to simultaneously develop the next one so it's ready to go come July 1. I'll carry you through a timeline walk forward, and then eventually get to the draft language that we'd like to present to you today for consideration, not a vote. We have to bring this back twice to you, but we'll ask for a vote on the strategic plan language at the March board meeting. But we want to keep you up to date and tell you what we have done in this fall. Now, thinking you're going to hear me talk about 2 different plans. Really, I'm going to focus on one called the strategic plan. That's our North Star as an organization. It's our roadmap forward. The second kind of plan that we're continuing to work on right now behind the scenes is what we call our action plan. We'll get into a little bit more about what goes into each one, but essentially the strategic plan is the big aspirational vision. It's our goals. It's our value system. Again, our North Star and our roadmap forward. The action plan gets down into the operational day-to-day activities or strategies that we will engage in as a system for each year for the next 4 years of the strategic plan. The strategic plan is something that the board approves. The action plans, which again gets down to the strategy level, the day-to-day working operational priorities, that is something that the leadership of the system and Dr. Quarles eventually approves. So just to keep those 2 plans in perspective as we move forward. So here's the timeline that we've shared for almost a year now, the same timeline we used 4 years ago. Starting last spring, we started engaging the president's leadership team. We engaged the board, surveyed both, did several workshops on conceptualizing language around a vision, values, mission statement, goals, and the like. And over the summer, after several iterations of those activities, we were compiling the language and simultaneously building a survey where we would take that draft language out to the masses, meaning our employees, our students, and some external constituent groups, to validate what the board and the PLT had been conceptualizing for months. We have done exactly that. We put the survey out to all employees, including our adjuncts, to all students, and as our college board. Well, I'm going to get into that in this next slide here. Alchemer is the survey tool that we use, and we did put out there the draft vision statement, mission statement, values, goals, objectives, and asked this larger audience to validate the degree to which they agree those items, that draft language, was appropriate. Simultaneously, we were asking them to write in responses of strategies that could go into our later action plan that can help us operationalize strategies that will help us achieve the goals that are laid out in the strategic plan. So we're trying to tackle two things at once with a broad audience. We had over 2,000 full responses to the survey. We had more than that actually responded but did not complete the survey, but we had over 2,000. I'm happy to say it was close to half our staff and half our faculty who completed that. So we had a lot of good employee input into this survey. So I'm going to show you the results of that. That survey was out there for basically the month of October. And then in the November PLT meeting, PLT looked over the survey results about the level of agreement that the survey respondent said, yes, this is appropriate language. This is an aspirational language. We agree with this. What the PLT saw, and I think you'll see in just a minute, a very high degree of agreement of survey respondents with the draft language that was put forward to them. At the November PLT meeting, the PLT recommended that we keep the language as written in the survey, as drafted, for the vision, mission, and goals, with some slight tweaks, and I'll show you what those tweaks are, to the value statement and to our objectives. Currently, we're working on narrowing down key performance indicators. These are your kind of speedometers, so to speak, showing progress on each of your goals, and we'll be bringing that back in the spring. So as we go through this, I'll try to go through them very quickly. You have this in your board packet, but if you have any questions on any of these, please stop me. So when we asked 4 questions around the vision statement, you can see the questions on the screen. The column in green is the level of agreement or percentage of agreement that the survey respondent said they either agree or strongly agree to the questions that were asked about the vision statement. Is it clear? Is it appropriate? Is it aspirational? And I think what you can see is that we had very high levels of agreement, nearly 90% or above in every single one of those questions. So as we go through these, I would ask the board to think about, is there anything on the screen in this draft language that at this point you feel, with the degree of agreement that we had amongst the survey respondents and the feedback from PLT, is there any need to change this language at this point? Because we'll be bringing back the language to you for a vote in March. So then we jump to the similar questions on the mission statement. And you can see from the survey respondents, 86.1% agree or strongly agree or above to those questions that you see about whether it's appropriate. We go to the values, and so the values are on the left as presented in the survey. You can see, again, the questions that we asked were slightly different on this one to say, is it somewhat important, is it important, or is it critical? You can see that it was 50% or above, that all of these are critically important to the survey respondents, and then you can see the other responses of those that said it is important. Then we get into the 3 strategic goals that we laid out. So for accelerate student success being goal number 1, again, very strong agreement that this is an appropriate goal for us. And I think you'll see a very similar outcome for goal number 2. You can see the percentages all well over 90% agreement. And then goal number 3, very strong agreement there as well. So then we listed several objectives. In our current strategic plan with the 3 goals, we have 2 objectives for each goal. So a collection of 6 objectives that we're currently working on. For this draft plan, we have 2 objectives for goal number 1, 3 for goal number 2, and 2 for goal number 3. So a total of 7. So we asked for input on this one. And this one I'm going to explain why some of the wording on the left is in green and some is in black. The wording on the left in total was what was presented on the survey. That was the draft language we put forward to the survey respondents. After looking at the results, PLT felt like the wording in black really represented the objective, and everything in green was more of a strategy to help accomplish that objective. So because those are more strategy level comments, they really recommend that we pull those out and put those over in the action plan, and we leave the wording that's in black. So when you see the compilation pile, a slide at the very end, you will only see maximize student success, retention, and success, access, retention, and success in the proposed objective 1.1. But again, back to the green columns, you can see a very high degree of agreement with objective 1.1, 1.2. You will see very high degrees of agreement, but the same type of edits to the language, moving some of the strategy-based comments over into the action plan and out of the strategic plan. Then we moved to goal number 2, which had 3 objectives. This is the first. Very strong agreement that that's appropriate to move forward with some edits to the language. The second objective for goal number 2. If I get going too fast, please stop me. The third objective for goal number 2, similar type of outcome as far as the appropriateness and level of agreement of this goal with some edits. And then we get into goal 3, which was on organizational success. And then the last objective, which is the second one for goal number 3, you can see the level of agreement there, all above 90% agreement that these are appropriate. Regents Sutherland.
Just a quick question. On the disagree side and strongly disagree, I know it's a small number, but did they get a chance to say why they didn't think this?
There were write-in boxes. So we did provide some responses for write-in boxes, and we can provide some of that detail.
Well, just kind of curious.
Most
Over-
honest, yeah. Go ahead.
Just kind of overall, why did they not think these were good ones?
So most of the responses that we saw were about, I don't understand this, or can you explain this more, or is this measurable? So when we got to the 3 goals where we put accelerate student success, accelerate employment success, accelerate organizational success, that probably got the most comments. The word accelerate, what does that mean? How do we measure that?
Okay.
But we can provide more detail on that.
That's fine. I was just kind of curious if it was just the verbiage or if it was something they thought, oh, no, you should be going this direction.
Yeah.
And so I'm just kind of curious, make sure we're going the right.
And we got a lot of write-in responses for strategies, which we'll build into,
Right.
And so we
Not
started to
objectives.
review that and bounce that off of some of our
Right.
other strategies from the Huron report, from the SJR report, and start to weave those together for the future action plans.
Okay. That answered it.
Other questions? So when we clean all that up with the edits that PLT made at the November board meeting, the vision stayed the same, the mission stayed the same, the goals stayed the same. The recommended edits in the values was not to add or take away any values. But if you remember back in the language that was proposed originally, student-centered and community-focused were all one. It was student and community-focused. PLT really felt like it's important to set student-centered up front, number 1, community-focused, number 2, and then keep the remaining values as they were laid out. Then when we clean up those objectives to shorten it to just the objective language and pull the strategy language out, you can see how this would be the words that were in black on each one of those slides. So that is a wrap up of where we're at so far with the strategic plan. So the language in the last 2 slides is the draft language that we bring to you today as an information item. On such an item like this, we want to bring it to you at one meeting as an information item, and then we'll ask for a vote on it at the next meeting, so then we can implement the strategic plan come July 1. So the next steps are to do that very thing and bring it back to you as a final draft at the March board meeting with an implementation date of July 1. We will also simultaneously be building out the action plan, which is the internal operational priorities for each of those objectives to help us move forward and then finalize the speedometer, so to speak, our key performance indicators that will help us measure progress on each one of those activities. We'll be working with peer teams and PLT and others on that one, but we'll get that final draft to Dr. Quarles for approval in the early spring. And then we communicate. You can't communicate this enough. What is happening simultaneously alongside the development of the system strategic plan, each college develops their own strategic plan, and it should be in alignment with our system strategic plan. So we have to get this one out front a little bit earlier so that they can have something to respond to and align to. So that's why we start this process a little earlier than what the colleges start theirs. But with that, that's the end of the presentation or the update. Any questions?
Just a comment, if I may, I think it's great. I think it's very clear. One of the things I have found over the course of my career, though, in terms of communicate, if once this is done, if you can depict it on a one pager,
Yeah.
right, to put up so everybody can see it, right, and then to talk about it all the time, and then to report out, I assume quarterly on the metrics, right, and to each of the employees as well, to all of the students as well, and on the community. I think the more you can keep emphasizing it, but keep it to one page,
You bet.
key.
You bet. Good advice. And one thing I will say about metrics, and this is something that PLT talked about, well, we've talked about a number of times over the years, but as we think about potential metrics, some metrics, as you mentioned, we can report out on quarterly because there's some that are very dynamic. Enrollment's a good one. I can report out on enrollment to you any day of the year because it changes from one day to the next. Or can change one day to the next. There are other metrics that can only be reported out once a year because the official data comes in over the summer, CPE certifies it, and then we can report it. That's why we do a progress report on strategic plan at the September board meeting, because those metrics that are 1 year lagging indicators come in over the summer. So we want to make sure that the metrics that we choose, number one, we can measure them. Number two, we provide enough dynamic data that it can help us gauge along the way, and we don't just have completely all lagging indicators where we might only be able to determine progress once a year. So it will have to be a mixture of those.
I just want to commend you and all those who put time into this. If you noticed, it's brief language. We want this to be memorable. We've heard from other organizations that it'd be nice that every student knew it's college for every Kentuckian, every employee knew, maybe make stickers for the doors of every classroom, et cetera. And also that a 90% approval on anything is incredible. So it's also very intentional. And it's kind of been vetted, 2,000 plus people, touch points. So job well done.
Thank you.
This is great. Yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Neal, before you step away, excuse me, I did have a question. So you're talking about measurable data coming from a nursing, kind of nursing training. Objective data is easy. What about that subjective data? Is there a plan to communicate with faculty, staff, and students? Hey, how are we doing in implementing this plan?
Well, that's what we can brainstorm and bring in. Now, two things can happen. One is, what do you measure inside of a strategic plan? What is your public facing measures, those sorts of things? There are many more things that we measure, CPE measures that never show up in a strategic plan because there's only so many things you can measure in a document like that. But operationally, we measure many more, including qualitative data. For example, all of our colleges participate in a survey every other year called the CESI survey. And that's a student engagement survey. It's a national organization that's created it many years ago. It's one of the largest surveys for community college students engagement that's out there. And all of our colleges participate in that every other year. 8 of our colleges do it 1 year, 8 will do the other year. And that provides us with a lot of quantitative and qualitative data about how do you feel engaged? What makes you feel engaged? What would you like to have more of from an engagement standpoint on campus, whether it's a service or the way you're engaged in the academic classroom, the level of rigor that you're experiencing. There's 5 major pillars they measure in that with a multitude of questions. So but that's not necessarily embedded inside the strategic plan, but we still do it and we still lean on that type of data collection so that we can do the continuous improvement that from a student success standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Dr. Megan Stiff, Chief Advancement Officer, will you please present the agenda item, philanthropy?
Hello, everyone. Happy holidays. It is peak giving season in advancement, so we have a lot of great updates to share with you today. As you see in your first slide, we look at a mix of leading and lagging measures to see what is happening with philanthropy across our system. So it's not enough for us to just look at how much is being raised, but breaking that data down into different affinity groups and different types of donors to see how we're connecting with our supporters longer term. Our strategy over the last few years has been about really broadening our base of support, working with donors at a variety of different levels. So we're tracking things like new donor acquisition, donor retention, and giving by donors who have come back to giving to KCTCS. So overall, what we're seeing right now is about $1 million less than where we were this time last year, primarily on the foundation side. But we see that as being largely attributed to a $1.5 million gift that happened during that same time last year. We'd love to see another $1.5 million before the end of the year if anybody's interested, but that is a driving factor behind that decrease. One piece to note on the retention rate that you see, that retention rate will continue to increase as we go throughout the fiscal year. Right now, 22% is not good. That's not where we want to be. We ended last fiscal year around 45%. And industry best practice is at least 40, 43, 45%. So we're well within that range, but that number will continue to climb as we move through the fiscal year and we continue bringing in more gifts from previous donors. So overall, looking at a very healthy and robust giving program across our system with a lot of participation by a wide variety of constituents. So I'm trying to change. Oh, there we go. That's too far ahead. Okay, so as we moved into this end of year, it is nationally the busiest time for giving. You typically see in other sectors 30 to 40% of all gifts made during the year in this last quarter. For us in KCTCS, we really push a lot in that first spring period as we move into Giving Day. We have a lot of endowment gifts made in that first quarter. So we're a little bit different than national trends, but it is still the time for giving. So preparing for that, we worked with our marketing team to develop some communications that could be used across the system to help educate our donors on not just their ability to give gifts of cash, but also asset-based gifts or planned gifts. So these are just some examples of communications that were used both at the system level and tailored with the colleges to help, again, inform donors about the many ways they can make an impact. I know we've also talked a lot about gifts in kind. This is an opportunity that donors have not just to give a cash contribution, but equipment, materials, supplies, things that also help decrease the cost of instruction and give our students a hands-on opportunity for learning. So these are just some examples of gifts in kind that have come in since our last meeting. One that's not listed, but equally exciting is we had an airplane donated to Somerset. So there's very few things that we haven't been able to find a home for. And again, just a great example of our ability to work with donors no matter where they are or what they have to contribute. This has also been a busy time of year for special events across our advancement team. These are just a few. We'd be here all day if we told you every single fundraiser that had been held. But I think what is exciting about these is that you see the wide variety of scope of the way our colleges are engaging with their communities. I especially love this example from Ashland. They held their first ever alumni conference, bringing back former students to educate and participate in career development conversations and workshops, and really gave them a way to stay connected to their college after graduation. Also a shout out to our friends at Jefferson. It is no easy feat to pull off a gala, and they, netted over $170,000 from that effort. So thank you to all who participated and sponsored that significant fundraiser. And I especially appreciate that our friends at West Kentucky, events aren't just about raising money. We do a lot to educate our donors and help them, again, make informed financial planning decisions and think ahead about the legacy that they want to leave in their family and in their community through planned giving. So West Kentucky held a luncheon to, again, just help donors understand their options, and hopefully they will consider making a gift to one of our colleges as part of those plans. We had so many great gifts across the system in this time. It's been hard to pick out just a few, but thought you would like to see these examples, again, showing the breadth and scope of the ways that donors advance our mission. Here you see things, tied to career and workforce development, our emergency funds, and also our bluegrass music. So, just the wide scope of impact that KCTCS has, we certainly could not do that without our donors. This is also a season not just for asking, but for thanking. So this has been a focus of our colleges and our foundation over the last several months. It's not enough. These are relationships with donors, not transactions. So it's not enough just to take the funds and send them a letter for their records for tax time. We really believe in the importance of circling back and telling donors the impact that their funds had. So that was done in a few different ways. We've seen some special events like at Ashland and thank you events at E-Town, but especially KCTCS, we sponsored the AFP Bluegrass National Philanthropy Day celebration to bring our partners at SOAR together with our colleges to thank and recognize them for the gifts they'd made to multiple colleges, particularly in Eastern Kentucky. So being able to report back to them, not just with personal touches and engagement, but also reports where they can see the data, the stories, that takes a lot of work. It's not something that happens without intention, but we are really proud to be able to communicate the results that donors make possible through our work. This graphic you see here is just one example. This is from the KCTCS Foundation that was included in year-end mailings to our endowment donors. So they could see that we had over 900 students who received scholarships through the foundation, and some of those system-wide scholarships that we administer on behalf of multiple colleges. And just again, being able to see the impact that they're having. I know none of us give because it's easy, but we want to make a difference. And that is the commitment we have to making sure we're closing that loop with our donors. So this is, again, busy time. I feel like I keep coming back to that, but it was especially challenging because our students faced so much uncertainty and financial pressure during the extended period of the government shutdown. So there was an increase in requests for student emergency fund assistance. The resources that we already had somewhat spread thin at our colleges were requested at even higher levels. And just for context, our student emergency funds across the system last year provided emergency aid to over 450 students. So those are students who are on the brink of having to drop out because of an unpaid bill, a transportation cost they weren't expecting. And we see those students, once they're helped with those philanthropic funds, be retained at higher levels than traditionally other students are. So they're incredibly impactful and powerful. So we definitely, tried to fill in the gaps as best we could during the shutdown time. But I think it's also a testament to how our communities came together to make sure that as we approached the holiday season, no student had to be stressed out about being able to celebrate the holidays with their families because of financial pressures. So these are just some of, again, I could give you a huge list of all the things that colleges did this holiday season, but a lot of food drives, working with community partners, volunteers, and different agencies in the community. We love these programs, not just because they allow us to help students, and again, take that one last pressure off their minds that they don't need as they're thinking about finals and homework, and really just want them to be able to enjoy this time with their families. But more importantly, it gives our partners a chance to see the challenges that our students have. Bring those volunteers on campus, bring those food pantries to be able to see the needs that our students have. So it's really a multiple tiered benefit to us that not only are we helping students, we're helping tell that story more robustly within our communities. So as we look ahead to the new year, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't say we'd love to continue partnering with you as donors, each of you. And we are looking ahead to Giving Day, which will be in April. But our Giving Day is most successful when we have challenge gifts to be able to offer, because our system loves nothing more than friendly competition. And if you are planning to give in some way, either this year or as we approach early 2024, we would love to turn your gift into a match or challenge to help inspire other philanthropic support throughout that campaign specifically. So we have a couple events already on the calendar if you'd like to go to Maysville or Ashland, especially ladies, if you'd like some wine, jewels, and more. We have a couple opportunities for those events, and then look forward to briefing you on plans for Giving Day, which save the date will be in April on the 22nd of next year. So again, just want to thank all of our supporters. There are thousands of donors who entrust us with their hard-earned funds, and it truly is an honor for us to have the opportunity to steward those relationships and get to see how they directly impact students each day. So I thank the board for their support of these efforts and also for your contributions to this effort. So any questions for me?
So Giving Day is in April, but we're in the current 2025 tax year, so
Every day is
you can
Giving Day to
donate
me,
now
so.
if you want. And you can donate more than once.
We
James
have
Lee.
online recurring credit card gift. You can set it and forget it. It's just like Netflix. You'll never miss money.
All joking aside, during the government shutdown, we talked earlier about food pantries, emergency funds, but we also had 2 cohorts of military personnel that donors stepped up to support so they can continue their studies with us, both at Fort Campbell and Fort Knox. So I want to say thank you to the respective staff and presidents, as well as Dr. Stith. Also a reminder that on February 10th, we'll have our Serving Up Solutions dinner that will have legislative involvement as well. And we also have some positive pending donations that when the donors are ready to announce to you after the new year.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Jesse Shook, Vice President of Workforce and Economic Development, would you please present your agenda item, Workforce and Economic Development?
Thank you, Chair Hamilton. I am excited to share some updates with you all this afternoon. I want to start with an update on our asset map. As I mentioned at our September meeting, we are in the process of addressing some feedback related to this effort to track our employer partnerships, not just across divisions within each of our colleges, but across the colleges themselves. In response to feedback that we heard directly from our faculty and staff, we're going to be rebranding this effort, and we do have a new name which will be unveiled to the system in early 2026. That name was brainstormed, and I'm not going to unveil it today, but it was brainstormed by our Tri-Council leaders last month and voted on, and I think it will more accurately describe what this tool does, which is allow us to understand the total repository of partnerships in the employer space, as well as in the community partnership space, and really provide a depth of partnership scale that colleges can utilize in order to understand opportunities to grow and deepen partnerships. We also recognize that visibility of this data was a challenge as it was housed in our Salesforce client relationship management tool. Those licenses for Salesforce are quite costly. So we'll be moving this into SharePoint so that any faculty or staff can easily log in, see who we're working with, in what capacity, identify opportunities for collaboration, identify who the relationship manager is for that partnership, and reach out to capitalize on opportunities to more deeply engage. So quick example of this, we knew that some of our advisory committees in welding across the system were really struggling with maintaining those employer partnerships, maintaining that deep engagement that we need on our program advisory committees. We're able to quickly pull a list of our welding companies that engage with us in workforce solutions from this data, and then use that relationship to reach out and make a pitch for their participation on those advisory committees. So again, knowing that starting from scratch with a brand new company is a lot more challenging than deepening our existing relationships, this will really be an asset to ensure maximum potential in the way that we work together with employers. And then lastly, we're really working on sharing best practices across colleges. We had Maysville, Bluegrass, Big Sandy, and Owensboro share what they've been doing across academics, student affairs, workforce, and advancement at our last Tri-Council meeting to really demonstrate how they're utilizing this data in the day-to-day to identify opportunities. Owensboro is a result of putting this as a standing agenda item on their leadership team agenda. Thank you, Dr. Williams, for your support in this. They've identified 20 customized training opportunities, and I believe landed about half of those as projects that are now in their pipeline. So more to come on this. This is really exciting for our system because to my knowledge and to several experts who have been thought partners with us in this effort, we are the only system in the country who has this tool. We had a colleague from Upskill America, an initiative of the Aspen Institute, join us at Tri-Council in November. And to her knowledge, we are the only system that has this tool at our fingertips. So we're really focused on continuous improvement here. We have approximately 2,700 active partnerships. We're seeing numbers grow that are really important. So from my last update to you all to today, we added 4 additional employer partners in 1 quarter who are providing tuition support. That's so important with the uncertainty with financial aid right now across the country, with knowing that we exhaust work-ready scholarships, knowing the demand that is out there to zero out the cost of education. We can do it with these employer partnerships. And so we hope to be able to action on this data even more. We're really excited to make these continuous improvement changes and move forward with a system that is more actionable for our colleges. We were featured in a newsletter called The Job. This is it is the one newsletter. I love to delete a newsletter out of my inbox that's irrelevant because it feels like I've done something seeing that number tick down. This is the one I don't miss. It is considered pretty much the must read for workforce development practitioners in the nation, and our system was featured as setting the bar for this work across the country. We also have some exciting updates related to statewide training projects. So Dr. Quarles set the stage mentioning a few of these. We'll be working with the State Board of Elections, and that training project is currently in development. This is really important because we're maximizing our subject matter expertise and maximizing the tools that we have to be able to deliver this in hybrid models across the state so that our colleges don't have to create 120 different versions of this or attempt to respond to 120 different inquiries. So we're really working together and creating revenue share models amongst our colleges to be able to address this critical need for our state's election infrastructure. NOCTI is the national, we love acronyms in higher ed. I wrote this one down because I knew I would mess it up. The National Occupational Competency Testing Institute. As you all know, we have substantial assets in our system related to 3D printing or additive manufacturing. We are currently working on developing the global standard for additive skill-based testing. Right now, the competencies are in kind of the test phase together, collaborating with NOCTI, experts on their side and experts at Somerset. And essentially, this will be a tool that we can sell across the nation with KCTCS as, again, setting the bar for this particular type of manufacturing training. We are also really excited with the expertise and assistance of Dr. Hall, who is on the workforce team at Owensboro, that we have launched, as Dr. Quarles mentioned, an AI training and made that available across the system to any employee who is interested in upskilling in the AI space. But this credential is really important. We were able to turn this around very quickly, hearing the business demand for this. And this is really a teaser or gateway credential for companies who are interested in this space. They're not quite sure what it looks like yet, translating into their operations. We're able to really kind of test the waters with them, get some feedback, and then begin developing industry-specific AI training that is housed within our FlexTrain module system and can be offered across the state. Dr. Hall, I believe, went with our workforce solutions leader, Joyce Wilcox at Big Sandy, to talk to a company in that region about this resource and make the sale together. So you're seeing collaboration in this space like we've never had before, really trying to use our assets and resources more efficiently and effectively and expand opportunity through revenue share models. Todd set the stage for our train's financial report, but I wanted to show you all a breakdown. We like to share the quarter to quarter comparison so that you guys can see some of the trends year over year. We're seeing a slight reduction in the number of total projects. Not a concerning number, but we do have some strategies that I'll share momentarily to increase the number of companies served. We are seeing the total project cost increase quarter over quarter. So what that means is companies are investing at a deeper level who are investing. If you pay any attention to the research coming out of the Federal Reserve Bank, the word that they use to describe employers' perception right now of the labor market in the last quarter was uncertainty. They did several reports with that being the most common word that kept coming up in conversations in their qualitative analysis. And so what that means is we're likely in a state where it's happened around the COVID era. When uncertainty occurs, the first thing that gets cut is learning and development budgets. And I see some employers shaking their heads that this is a pretty well-known fact, and it's something that we need to stay attuned to, stay apprised of, and ensure that companies recognize trains is there for them to take advantage of to offset that cost. One of the things that we will be doing in order to expand the number of companies served, we've worked with the state to create a county by county list of every company in Kentucky that has covered employment. So essentially unemployment insurance eligible, meaning that these could be viable businesses for our colleges to work with. We'll be providing that report to the colleges in early 2026, broken down by service area. They'll be able to see the industry, the number of individuals employed at that company. They'll be able to cross-reference that with their asset map data to see who they're not working with, maybe who they are working with that they perhaps forgot about and isn't currently represented in the data. But this will give us a really strong lead list in order to begin reaching out and expanding new clients served to increase those numbers. I am super excited about this. Is I think the most exciting thing I'm going to share with you all today. I was very hopeful that some of our colleagues from the colleges would be able to join us, and they have provided some notes for me. I'm going to try to do this as much justice as I can. Both of them, unfortunately, were covered up right now, but I wanted to spotlight some of the work happening at Bluegrass in West Kentucky. We talk so much about partnerships. We're community colleges. I think both of these examples really demonstrate that we are the infrastructure, the anchor, the partners in our community to addressing really complex challenges. And so at Bluegrass, they have embarked on a Kentucky Career Center partnership. They're launching classes specifically created to address the barriers that those clients face. Many of those clients are duly enrolled in vocational rehab and are also participants at the Hope Center who have experienced addiction and are now in recovery. So Bluegrass is making adjustments to the way they offer courses to better serve those particular students. They've launched 2 cohorts of CDL. One of those cohorts, they moved from their site at Leestown to the Career Center to the county to be able to address transportation barriers whereby those students were not able to come to class. Again, making that change in real time to better serve our students. They've launched a cohort of pharmacy technicians, a nurse aid training, and a welder helper certificate. So this is a really great example of coming together with the Career Center and ensuring we are meeting the needs of a population that is underserved and doesn't necessarily have these opportunities. And many of these credentials will likely be eligible for Workforce Pell and could stack into our pathways and provide real opportunities and runways to family supporting wages for the folks at that Kentucky Career Center in Bluegrass. There is one particular success story that I wanted to share. It was a CDL student working with Voc Rehab, a client of the Hope Center. He enrolled in BCTC's 4-week CDL program and is now a successful on-the-road trucker and is loving his job. And this is the power of partnership. This is the power of the short-term credentials. Someone who did not have an opportunity in 4 weeks has gainful employment making a really good wage and supporting his family. And then West Kentucky wanted to share what they had been working on with Mayfield Consumer Products. Regent Stevens, you may be familiar with this company. This company was impacted by the 2021 tornado. They experienced pretty severe destruction of their facility and made the commitment to reinvest and rebuild locally. After that major loss, they knew that they were going to need a training provider. They were rethinking their operations. Their workforce needs were going to change. And West Kentucky, having been a longstanding partner, was brought to the table as a true extension of their learning and development teams. They started with on-site listening sessions. They identified those training needs and how that scope had evolved over time with this new layout of operations. Their plan focused on safety, upskilling of current employees, but very quickly in deploying that and in restructuring it from an HR capacity, they realized a need for customized training for managerial skills. So that was added to the training plan. They utilized trains to offset the cost, very important for a company that's experienced that kind of loss. And West Kentucky continues to be brought to the table as a true partner to their HR team. Thinking about this from a continuous improvement standpoint, this isn't just a one and done training. We're circling back to ensure what we have done has been effective and remaining deeply engaged. And then West Kentucky also has a really exciting Welding for Farmers training program that they developed collaboratively with Elizabethtown Community and Technical College. So again, highlighting the way that we're working together to expand our capacity. They're giving local farmers practical skills to handle the most common welding challenges. They had a very successful beta test in this first year and are anticipating increasing from 12 farms to 30 farms in the next year, including 2 additional counties served. So this is a great example of trying something. It worked very well, and now we're going to slowly start rolling this out to other communities. And then I'm really proud of this one. Dr. Erin Tipton has been a tremendous asset to KCTCS over her time with us. She was at BCTC for quite some time, back at the system office, supporting our technical programs, and then back at BCTC now. She's had impact in so many areas, but she's been recognized as the KAED Allied Professional of the Year. And this is a big honor. She could not be here with us today. She stays very busy. She's so deeply engaged in the communities that she served. I think you see that in the example of how BCTC is working with the Kentucky Career Center. The award recognizes leadership in areas that support economic development, and economic development can't occur without workforce development. They are one and the same. The biggest factor for companies 10 years ago was infrastructure incentives, roads. Those are still important. We still have to have those things. Workforce is the single biggest deciding factor as to whether or not a company locates or expands. And to have a partner like West Kentucky who can step up and say, we can make it happen here after the devastation of the tornado, to have a partner like Erin who will come to the table and say, whatever you need, we will find a way to make it happen together with our SWAT partners. This is a true celebration for KCTCS and for BCTC. So Dr. Feeney, congratulations. You guys stole her back from us here at the system office, but we are very, very proud of Erin setting the bar for us in this economic development space. Absolutely. Absolutely. So Erin may be watching. I don't know if she's on the road. So just a brief round of applause for Erin. And then the last thing that I wanted to mention in relation to economic development, it is not on the slide. It's a recent development. We are working with the Cabinet for Economic Development and the Education and Labor Cabinet to tighten up our process in the way in which we come to the table early on in the conversation to potentially provide incentives. Todd mentioned a few that we have where KCTCS currently has trains on the table to support those companies from the very first conversation that they have with the Commonwealth about potentially locating here. So that will occur in early January, and we're looking forward to being at the table in even more of those conversations. So much of it, though, happens at the local level and could not happen effectively without professionals like Dr. Tipton. So I do have 2 announcements I was not able to share. Save the dates are coming your way. Again, things move very quickly in the world of workforce. April 4th, shortly before Giving Day, will be our Going Pro kickoff here at the system office. We'll use that time to promote Giving Day as well. So more to come on that. And in February, you will all be invited to an announcement for a new Education First employer. One of the largest employers in the Commonwealth is signing on to begin partnerships starting with Jefferson Community and Technical College. So we'll be excited to share that soon. And Chair Hamilton, that's my report if there are no questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Neal, would you please provide an update on these agenda items, learner success reports?
Thank you, Chairman. I am so tickled to get up here and provide a learner success report, and I hope you are too. I want to thank Dr. Quarles for, in his president's report to kick off the meeting, to share a couple of celebrations with you, such as our graduation rate. Anybody remember where he said we ranked when we started this system nationally? Where we ranked nationally when we started KCTCS? 41st, and where are we at today? We're 4th in the nation on graduation rates. That's a really exciting. Our Council for Post-Secondary at our Higher Ed Coordinating Board in Kentucky recently announced, on behalf of all public higher education, us and the universities together, that last year we ranked first in the gains from one year to the next in graduation rates. Kentucky should be proud. You should be proud of this organization. We ranked second in the year-to-year gains in student retention in all higher education together. So very excited about the world of higher education in Kentucky, even more excited about what's going on at KCTCS. And so I want to share with you our learner success, a couple of updates that we bring to you on a regular basis, and then one action item, which is probably the most fun thing I think you get to do as a board, and that is ratify credentials to our students. But let's get into the information items. The update that we provide to you on a regular basis are about certificate and program approvals. I want to give some background on this because I'll first give you some background, then get into the actual programs that Dr. Quarles has approved moving forward since our last board meeting. Just to give everybody a better understanding of the way that we create our credentials within KCTCS, the terminal degree or the culminating degree that a student can earn is a two-year associate's degree. We call them two-year affectionately. Some students take longer. Some students take less if they start with dual credit in high school, so forth and so on. But we have a couple of different kinds of associate degrees, actually 4 different kinds. We have our applied science degrees, or what people call AAS. That's our technical programs that are designed to get training in a very technical arena with some general education and go right to work. Now, some of those students do choose to transfer, but that's not the direction that the degree was designed in. And then we have an AA, an AS, and an AFA, which is the fine arts. Those are designed for transfer-bound students to get the freshman and sophomore year of a bachelor's degree done with us, then transfer to university and complete the junior and senior year. Embedded inside of the first type of degree that I was talking about, but not the others, is embedded credentials such as diplomas or short-term certificates. And so, for example, a welding degree might have an 11 or 12 certificates along the way. As you take more and more courses, you earn more and more certificates, each one designed by industry in collaboration with our faculty to allow them to go to work. So somebody coming into a welding program might take the first 2 courses, earn the first welder helper certificate is what we call it. It's a safety course and an intro to welding course. Together they make that one. Industry has told us if they come in with that and complete that level of training, we'll put them into an entry level job as a welder. But they don't have the skills, most likely, to go on and do TIG or MIG or robotic or all the other kinds of welding. And so they can come back, take a few more courses, earn the next credential, go to work as a TIG welder, making more money, or MIG welder. And so they work their way up, and eventually they can get to the point where they've completed enough classes to get the associate's degree. So then the question is, how do these get approved? And we report to you a couple of times a year of suspending programs. So we have a very in-depth process where we will go through and do program reviews at the college and system level on a regular basis to determine whether the programs, how effective each program is being with student pass rates, job placement rates, those sorts of things. It's about continuous improvement in our programming levels. And from time to time, industry changes in some of our communities, and the need for a particular credential at a college, whether it be a short-term certificate or a full-blown degree, may no longer be needed in that local economy. And so we suspend that. The college requests to have that credential suspended. It can stay in suspension for 5 years. If the industry need comes back, they can reactivate it fairly easily. If after 5 years there is no more economic need for that, that gets phased out completely for that college. but we do keep it in the inventory of programs within KCTCS, and we have a long inventory of programs. Now, on the other side is the addition, and that's what I'm going to show you here in a minute, the request for additions from our colleges since the last board meeting. An addition can be because a new need has come to town, a new industry need. It could be that technology has changed quite a bit, and we needed to develop something new. So additions can come about as a brand new program that we've never taught before. It's not in our inventory. That actually has to come all the way through you for approval. If it is something in our inventory, but a particular college has not taught that before and they want to teach it, they can just make a request to Dr. Quarles and he can approve the addition of that program at that college. So that's how programs have come forward. Now, I will say, speaking of efficiency and effectiveness, the board several years ago improved our process where not all program additions have to come to the board, because they realize when you're meeting periodically as a board, we may need to respond quicker at the college level to a new industry come to town. So you gave Dr. Quarles the authority to approve programs for a college to move forward with if it's already in our KCTCS inventory. So I appreciate what the board has done in the past. So we have one new program. It is not new to the inventory for KCTCS. Several of our colleges teach us, but Gateway has asked to bring this forward. Dr. Quarles has approved this. This is our medical laboratory technician. If you have questions, Dr. Figueroa is here. He could answer any questions about that, but this is to meet a community need. This one actually, I believe, is a collaboration, is it not, between several colleges and sharing some resources? Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Good. So we thank St. Elizabeth for the partnership and bringing this forward with us. Then we have 29 different certificates, again, all within the inventory of KCTCS, but new to these colleges. And so these certificates have already been approved so the colleges can get moving with these things. And the detail behind each of these certificates are in your board packet. If you have any questions about any of these colleges, I believe all the presidents are here from those colleges and can answer those questions. All right, any questions about additions and suspensions? Yes, sir.
How quick can we start a new program that isn't on our books? And then how quick, on the average, can we start another program that is on the books, but a college isn't offering it?
So
just for industry.
You bet. So a couple of different ways. Jesse just talked from a workforce solutions, customized training for industry standpoint. We could respond to an industry from a customized way, typically in the non-credit side of the house, quickly. We can sit down with them, outline the competencies, the courses they need, build that, offer it when and where they want it. It's about hiring, make sure we have got the faculty expertise to do that. We could get that up and running in a matter of weeks. If the resources are there. Now, if we move over to the credit side of the house, meaning you're earning a certificate or a full-blown associate's degree, if it's already in our inventory, it's a matter of getting all the proper documentation in to Dr. Quarles, and he typically approves them within a day of receiving that request. We can move quick. And again, that was a change the board made a few years ago so that we could do that. We could respond to them in a matter of weeks, if not a month. Now, if it's a brand new program, we've never taught it before, and you actually approved one back in the June board meeting, I think, for Elizabethtown. That process has to start locally with the faculty at that college, bring that forward through their approval process, bring it through the system approval process. It has to go through a CPE process where then it is then put out for the universities to review and see if they have any public comment. And we have, as a waiting period of a certain number of weeks, that has to sit out there to give them the opportunity to comment on. And then it has to come before the Board of Regents. And so that one can take a little bit longer, maybe 6 months to go through that whole process because there's so many layers to it. That would be a good one. Yeah, that'd be quick. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up accreditation because there are two other levels that SACS accreditation, because that's our accrediting body, needs to approve it. Plus, we also have to get it before the Department of Education in Washington, D.C. if we want that program to be eligible for federal financial aid.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
6 months, as one of our agents said, it's very quick. That's my dream. Yeah, we've been working on this for years to try to speed this up.
But the timeframe has really enhanced
Yeah.
over the last 3 or 4 years.
It makes us much more responsive the way that we're doing it now. So let's talk about enrollment. We talk about enrollment all the time. And again, I love enrollment. Some highlights Dr. Quarles alluded to. We're actually this fall at the highest level of enrollment we have had since 2013. Now, 2012, 2013, maybe even 2011, we were at some real peak enrollment because of the recession. Lots of people were losing their jobs, going back to higher ed. Those were really big years. But this is about the highest we've been since the recession ended, which is really, really exciting. And the other exciting part is we're seeing enrollment in all areas. High school dual credit has been getting a lot of attention in the last few years. We're still seeing strong growth in that, but also our adult populations, which have been a concern that adult populations, as the economy gets strong, they typically go back to work. But we've been able to see growth in that population. Returning students, which is a good one that I'll point out here in just a minute, is important because that's about retention. It's one thing to enroll them on one semester, but we got to get them through all the semesters that their credential requires and get them across the graduation stage. And so retention is extremely important, even though enrollment gets a lot of the attention. This is a year-by-year comparison, kind of showing back for the last decade, since we were just talking about since 2013. You can see the blue is our traditional degree-seeking students, the yellow is our high school, and then the gray is our other category, which a lot of customized training that we do for industry. Sometimes those individuals want that for college credit, and sometimes they don't. If they want it for college credit and the course is taught that way, then we can include them in that category. We do anticipate by the end of this year, when we look at the number of unduplicated different people that we will serve in credit-bearing programs, that we will cross the 120,000 mark. So that's very, very exciting. Here you can see a breakdown of enrollment, fall enrollment for several years at each of our colleges. There are just a few that did not cross into the black, but you can see it's just a handful of students at each of those colleges that is that percentage. So really, to look at the success that we're having in enrollment, I do want to congratulate everybody at our colleges and system office for the good work that's been going on there. Here you can see a breakdown of students, whether they are new to KCTCS, whether they're returning students, as I was mentioning. The blue lines represent this past fall. The yellow line represents the previous fall, 2024. One thing that I think has been getting attention the last couple of years is, what about students who stop out? What if they come to college, get some credit, but not finish because they left before they finished? Well, you can see over the last couple of years, we've been bringing back 4,000 or 5,000 of them a semester. And that's an exciting focus area of ours. Here's the national, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just before you keep going on.
Mhm.
So can we go back to the slide where it's talking about the dual credit credential seeking one more, I believe?
Yes. Mhm.
So, I mean, we are growing obviously kind of exponentially in dual credit. And I see that credential seeking, I mean, it moved, not as much. So what are we looking at moving forward? I mean, we keep having these conversations. We had them with SJR. So what is now the current state of affairs with dual credit? Where are we at with that?
We're actually undergoing, Dr. Quarles has appointed a committee, a task force to work on studying where we at with the dual credit classes that we offer. Are we offering the right ones? Are they in pathways that faculty can advise properly these students towards a credential? Ultimately, we want some matriculation strategies in place to matriculate more of these students, because around-ish 30% of them will matriculate with us. Some will go into university, some will not. We want more of them. We want all of them to matriculate with us. So we're trying to get our arms around the volume, number one, but also are they in pathways that lead them to a credential, or are they just randomly taking classes out there? So this actually gets into a much bigger conversation that's even leading to some proposed legislation around transfer pathways.
Yeah, and are they taking those courses with us that are not going to end up costing them because they've been poorly advised? And, instead of us selling it as, 2 years at Western, Eastern, NKU, fill in the blank, they actually end up spending 3 or sometimes 3.5 years trying to finish a 4-year degree. So what strategies are we looking at to implement
That's what
increasing that
this group is
credential?
working on.
that
That's going to be
credential
a part of
seeking?
our new strategic plan.
Okay.
Yeah, so you touched on a red hot issue. We're glad to have dual credit. It's a growing area. We provide 70+% of all dual credit in Kentucky. That's awesome. We know that not all students will finish that associate's degree with us, but we need more of them to do that. So this work group is going to consider the trends, the financial impact, because we charge half price, because that's what the law says. But also the advising part, where we need more partnerships with K-12. And so this work group, and we welcome the Regents' thoughts on this as well. We're kind of, we're beyond growing pains because we've been so successful at providing these opportunities that I wish were around when I was a high school student. But now we're dealing with the fiscal issues, but also the advising issues as well. So this work group should come back with some recommendations.
All right, quick national comparison of enrollment. You can see the line that is gray that's predominantly on the bottom here is showing the national community college growth in enrollment from one year to the previous year. So you can see after fall 2020, the growth has continued to rebound for community colleges nationally. The top line, or the blue line, is KCTCS's enrollment. So not only is the nation growing in community college enrollment, we're growing even faster from one year to the next, and it continues to go in that direction. Interestingly enough, in a recent report, actually an article that just came out this week from our national association, said that enrollment is strong, as you can see here, across community colleges of lots of different populations. The one area that's actually seeing a shrinkage in enrollment is in computer information technology programs because of the concern about AI taking those jobs away. Don't know if that will happen or not, but we're starting to see an impact nationally in those particular programs. And so we'll have to, one of the things that we're going to be moving forward with into future years is developing a comprehensive AI strategy. What does that look like from a lot of different angles, from our students, from our classrooms, from our industry engagement, from our professional development, and those sorts of things. And this is a week over week comparison. We're actually a few weeks beyond this, but for the purposes of this board report, we had to get the report in. We look at, we had to get it in a few weeks ago. We have to look at it. We choose to look at enrollment every single week. If the yellow happens to be on top, which it is in the very last couple of weeks, that means this year's enrollment is higher than last year's enrollment on that same week. It's a week to week, year to year comparison. And this is spring enrollment. Let me preface that. This is spring enrollment. We're always looking forward, not only the current semester we're in, but to the next semester. So we're seeing about an 8% growth from week to week compared to last spring. So we are very, very excited about keeping up that good work. And that is it, Chairman, for our learner success report. Any questions?
Yeah. Dr. Neal, you said 30% of the dual enrollment students.
Roughly.
Yeah. Do we know how many of them actually attend college? Sorry. Do we know how many of them actually attend college, or are they taking one of our classes and then foregoing higher education entirely?
I think
That's a
CPE
difficult
has
thing.
some of that data. They've been looking at that because ultimately you'd want them all to come to higher education. Selfishly, I'd like them all to come to us.
Yeah.
But CPE has that data. We can track that down
Okay,
for you.
sure. Yeah. More of a curiosity than
Yeah.
anything.
And we do see that those who do matriculate have very good success rates once they get into higher ed, particularly with us. Yeah. Other questions? All right, thank you.
If you don't mind, we'll just go ahead, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, approve the credentials. And then we'll break for lunch. Yes.
How could I forget the most exciting part? The most fun thing the board gets to do every time we bring this forward. So this is a ratification of the credentials earned by students since the last board meeting. You can see on the chart here that there was over 6,000 of them that earned either a short-term certificate or diploma or degree. A full listing of those students and their credentials are in your book. It's over 100 pages long, which is always exciting to see. So we submit that to the board as a recommendation for approval.
Make a motion.
Second.
Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Aye.
Secretary Witten,
Yes, and congratulations.
Regent Cox, Regent Fulton,
Yes.
Regent Gibbons,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn,
Yes.
Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz. Yes. Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you all.
Okay. Congratulations, students. If it's okay, Mr. Chair, we'll break for lunch. We have lunch ready for you outside. We'll eat at our places here at around 12:30, 12:40. We'll ask Dr. Todd Brand to introduce the Big Sandy Singers for a little treat for us. Then we'll resume the meeting at 1 o'clock, and Regent Cox will join us then to go back and cover the audit materials. Thank you.
The KCTC Audit Committee met in November. Audit Committee Chair Cox will please provide a brief update of that meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We absolutely did meet. The minutes, I believe, are included in your packet. The biggest thing I want to go through, and we've got a lot of things from an audit perspective to make sure that we get covered this afternoon. So I want to make sure that we give time for Todd to walk through these, but I wanted just to walk through some of what you saw in the packet related to the Dean Dorton quarterly audit report summary, which was permitted to this committee on November 11th, as was said there. I think it's always important to look at the categories that we have here, and as trustees, as regents, pay attention to moderate risks, but to really focus on where the high risk findings are. And in this case, I think we had an extremely good quarterly report out. The only high risk thing we saw there was from a cash receipts perspective. High risk finding, it's the standardized cash transmittal form. I'm always glad to see when forms or procedural type things can remedy the situation. And I think that this is one that, while we're glad that it's spotted, we feel pretty good that it can be moderated very easily. Back to the moderate risk findings, the disaster response and security, while it's an important area, we've made a lot of progress on. There's been a lot of hard work done on that. I think for the entire time that we'll be together as regents, we're going to be having to adapt to the changes in IT security and making certain that we have new measures, new procedures, policies to make sure that we're as secure from a data perspective as we are. Good news is a lot of what had been recommended in the past quarters has been completed, will be completed by the end of this month. As you can see, policies and procedures and moderate risk finding for structured policy review cycle. That's just good business, making sure you're always reviewing what your policies are and if they still make sense and if they still resonate with your constituencies. Human resources, a moderate risk recommendation, improving compensation procedures for 10 and 11-month employees. There were some low risk items in there, cross-functional team to study non-standard work breaks and creating clear guidance on vacation use. So again, policy and procedural type things. Technology solutions, the auditors recommended establishing a system-wide identification and authentication policy by September 2025. The moderate risk items call for enterprise security baseline for computer image hardening by the end of this. As always, financial aid comes up. Make sure that we return to Title IX notifications as being completed, how we automate that. And the auditors recommended developing a policy to monitor federal cohort default rates with annual review requirements, which is always very significant and in our world. So again, very good, very clean report from my perspective and the audit committee's perspective. Probably the most important thing there is the speed of the progress that has happened over the past year around us being able to respond and implement things based on these quarterly reports. So with that, I'll answer any questions, but really want to turn it over to Todd at this point to talk about the internal audit RFP process.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chair Cox. As we've worked through going out for requests for proposal for our internal auditors, we try to do that approximately every 5 years or so to go out for bid to determine, if there's something else that we're looking for, if there's some other feature that we would like to have. One of the challenges that we have is that in the past, the audit committee has served as the RFP committee. And based on good procurement practice, that would mean that every member of the audit committee would need to participate in every meeting, fully in the meeting, in order to follow procurement best practices. And so in talking to the audit committee, we put together a plan that's been supported by the audit committee that we're bringing to you for approval. And it would involve basically 3 steps. One, that we would have an RFP committee that's established, comprised of 7 people, 3 from the system office, 3 representing the colleges, and 1 representative from the audit committee that would serve to be able to be a liaison to the audit committee regarding the details of the proposal. But secondly, the audit committee can form what we call technical advisors. They could participate to the extent that they could in every meeting, give feedback, give advice to the RFP committee, be able to say, here's something that we want, here's something that we don't want, to the extent that audit committee members are able to participate. That would allow full participation from the audit committee, but not require that every member of the committee be part of every meeting, sitting in and listening to the presentations from various folks who might choose to submit a proposal. And then lastly, in accordance with our procurement law, that RFP committee would award the contract, but it would have input and advice from the audit committee. It would have the ability for audit committee members to participate, but the RFP committee would therefore award the contract. And so we think that this allows the audit committee to really be able to steer and guide the process without requiring every member of the committee to participate in every step and every meeting of the process. We understand very clearly as management that the auditors report to you, and we want to make sure that they're meeting your obligations. We felt both from a legal perspective and from a best practices and procurement perspective that this actually met that to the best ability possible. And so we're bringing this to you to ask that the board would approve this process. And then we would set our procurement folks in place to establish the committee and move forward with the RFP.
And I would add, Todd, that anybody who has an interest in being a part of this process, please just let Todd or myself know. We welcome anyone. As Todd so aptly pointed out, these are our auditors as a Board of Regents. So if you have an inclination to want to go through this process and have an interest in it, we'd certainly welcome.
Yep. I think this is a good move for us and another set of eyeballs, but at the same time, they've been great to work with. It's only going to strengthen our organization with this RFP.
I think you're absolutely right, Mr. President. I think that the transparency of this process is helpful, and the more people that we can get involved in it, the better.
Yep. Okay.
Is there a
Do we
motion
need?
Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move approval.
I'll second it.
Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens. Yes. Secretary Whitten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Fulton,
Yes.
Regent Gibbons,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn,
Yes.
Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. So we've dealt with the internal, we've dealt with the audit process, and now we're going to shift thinking to the external audit results. And Todd, we'll keep it with you.
So we've had a great partnership with our external auditors, Forvis Mazars, and we have Jennifer Williams here to present to you the audited financial statements for the 24-25 year.
Thank you, Todd. Thanks, Board of Regents, for the opportunity to be here today and to go over the annual audit results. We did go over these with the audit committee, so these slides are what we presented back at the November meeting. So high level, I'm going to go over the audit results for this year, a few financial statement highlights, the Board of Regents letter, which is our required communications to you today. And then if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those. So we did meet the audit timeline and accomplished that plan. There was a 1-month extension that was approved by the state. This year, there was a new standard that had to be adopted, GASB 101, compensated absences. So management had to look at that in regard to the financial statements this year. GASB has been pretty active. There's usually a new GASB standard here each year. So the team worked hard on that to be able to make sure that was properly included in the financial statements. We had great client assistance and responsiveness during the audit process, and we issued an unmodified or clean opinion on the financial statements. You will see in the audit opinion, there is an emphasis of matter. That is just to note that there was a new standard, GASB 101, as I mentioned, that was adopted. We had no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in internal controls over financial reporting to note. One item to also note is that the financial statements are a single year presentation. That is also due to the standard adoption with 101. So the MD&A in the set of financial statements that management prepares is very helpful to provide a comparison between the 2 years. But with the way the GASB is written, it's much easier to do a single year presentation. So that is the reason for the single year. One item that did happen, and I have a little bit of an update, the single audit was delayed because the government had not issued the compliance supplement. They gave us a Thanksgiving present and they issued that on Tuesday. So we are now all trying to go through that. Luckily, there wasn't significant changes from the draft, but we're working with the team here to wrap up those testings of those major programs. So that report has not been issued, but that is due to the government and the timing of that. And we have to have that issued. Those are the rules that we have to follow in order to complete that single audit, the federal compliance with your federal awards there. So a few financial highlights in the audit report. Net tuition, just wanted to highlight that went up about 1.42%, about 113 million there. And then the net position also saw an increase up to 1.3, about a 10% increase. The endowment and other investments also increased to 131, so about a 10% increase. And again, due to the returns, and we're continuing to see that market improvement from the prior years. No big fluctuations or changes in those numbers, just some normal increases during the year. The next page shows the statement of net position. Again, just to summarize, to highlight. And if you can read this on the screen, that would probably be a miracle. I know my eyes are pretty tiny. The font is pretty tiny on this one. So again, just a few high level items to note here. The restricted cash and cash equivalents decreased about 40 million, which is expected as you use the funds for capital projects and those items that they're restricted for their use. You will see investments, as I noted, those did have an increase about 11 million. And then so your total assets and deferred outflows are 1.7 there. The liabilities, you will see the pension and OPEB, that fluctuates due to actuarial assumptions. So that liability has continued to decrease based on those assumptions and the return on the investments that are there for the pension and the other post-employment liability. So moving over to the next slide is the statement of revenues and expenses. And again, this just shows some high level items that are noted there. You did have about a 57 million increase in federal and state grants to utilize. And then the operating revenues did show an increase as well. And then again, with those operating revenues, we did see an increase in the operating expenses, which is consistent in the industry. Your state appropriations did go up about 12 million. Any questions on any of those financial highlights before I move into the letter? Okay, and as I mentioned, the letter is our required communication to you today. This slide just shows our responsibilities and is to form and express an opinion on the financial statements that are prepared by management. And as I noted, we issued an unmodified or clean opinion. And then our audit scope is under the GAAP and the government auditing standards as well. On the next slide, we just discussed significant accounting policies and practices that are noted, and then those are included in note 1 of the audit report. Management's judgments and accounting estimates, these are estimates that are inherent in the financial statements, and we pay particular attention to these during the audit process, is that there are risks in estimates in the financial statements. Those estimates that we paid particular attention to were the allowance for uncollectible receivables, the valuation of investment securities, looking at the fair value for those. We also look at the depreciable lives of capital assets, and then the actuarial assumptions that are associated with the defined benefit pension plan and the OPEB, as I discussed. Again, we had no issues with those. Those are just the estimates that are included in your financial statements. The next slide shows that we had no proposed and recorded audit adjustments that were identified by us. And then there's a section, uncorrected misstatements, and we did not have any current year. There was an item that was noted in the prior year in regards to depreciation expense, and management had recorded that in the current year. So that was corrected, and so we had no new uncorrected misstatements. That was a timing item of how an asset was depreciated and timing with that. And then we had no significant issues that were discussed with management during the audit process. So those are my comments that I had prepared for today. Again, happy to take any questions.
I think we should all feel good about what we just heard. I think the words that are always important to me are a clean audit, no adjustments, and everything lined up, which again, I want to thank Todd and everybody involved with this, because that's reflective of a great partnership with external auditors. It's a great partnership with everybody who's on this board, and making sure that we keep this kind of report going forward. So appreciate everybody's hard work making it happen.
Thank you. And thank you to the audit committee. We appreciate this.
Most important committee on the board.
That's right.
So
Second.
do we need to, Mr. Chair, do we need any action on that?
Yes, there's a motion to approve the Forvis Marzers audited financial statements.
So moved.
Second.
Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Whitten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Fulton,
Yes.
Regent Givens,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn,
Yes.
Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Well, we've had internal, we've had external. All we have left is forensic. So Todd?
We covered forensic this morning, Chair
Okay.
Cox, but we
Good
do
deal, you're
have,
way ahead of me. You probably also had the holiday dinner without me too.
we did.
I hope it was good.
We do have the external audit contract extension
Gotcha.
as I think the next board item. We've had a great partnership with Forvis. Our contracts generally expire at the end of a biennium. And it's time for us to consider going out for an RFP as well for external audit. As I said, we do that about every 5 years. The end of this fiscal year, it will be 4.5. And we had spoken to the audit committee and requested that we extend it for another year, because we're going to be in the middle of a transition potentially with internal audit in the next year. So we had asked for the board to extend the audit agreement with Forvis Mazars for another year and go out to RFP thereafter. So we were in the midst of making a transition with new auditors on only one front rather than on both fronts in the same year. And so we come to you to request the approval of a 1-year contract extension with Forvis Mazars.
So is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Yes.
Secretary Whitten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Fulton,
Yes.
Regent Givens,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn,
Yes.
Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Right. Thank you. And Chair Cox, thank you for making this. I know you had another board meeting today, but when we condensed this to one day, I knew you wanted to be here in person for the most important committee report, but we appreciate you juggling your schedule today. Thank you so much.
Hey, the board gifts look really good in the back of the room, by the way. Make sure you save one for them.
Yes, sir.
Chris Crumrine, Chief Government Affairs Officer, would you please provide the state and federal update?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Hamilton and President Quarles, for the opportunity to provide a state and federal update to the Board of Regents today.
Fundamentally, the work that I get to do on behalf of KCTCS and the government relations space is about storytelling. And that's what Dr. Quarles, what the 16 presidents, what his leadership team have been doing over the last year to prepare for the upcoming legislative session. I'm going to ask Blair Hess to pass around a draft one pager, a bit of collateral that we'll use in the upcoming legislative to talk about that story. As she's doing that, I want to emphasize that this is I think a collective lift, right? Our legislators obviously are community focused, and that's part of who we are as a system, the Kentucky Community and Technical College system. So telling our story in the context of how we serve and support communities across this state is really what we have the opportunity to leverage when talking about our priorities for the upcoming legislative session, as well as those that are set by our partners and stakeholders in Washington, D.C. So on the front page of that draft, and it is Mark's draft because it is still in development up until January 6th, probably when the first day of the legislative session. But on that front page really are, I think, some key statistics that frame that story. Dr. Quarles shared many of those this morning. Our record enrollment, graduation rates. I think one that's particularly important in our current context about higher education costs is that 72% of our graduates leave here debt-free. That sets them out on a firm footing in a new job without having to be saddled with that amount of debt. We also know, recognized by outside stakeholders who look at the success and work of community colleges, the Aspen Institute is ranked 8 of our colleges among the top ones in the country. So really significant markers, both our own internal data and external analysis are showing that not only are we doing a good job serving Kentucky, but we are truly leading nationally. And it's those things that make my job easy, relatively easy. We have a good story to tell, and that's what we'll be talking about in Frankfurt. The backside of that document is what we want to advance, what we want to tell our elected officials are important and worthwhile investments in their community and technical college systems so that we can continue to do this work, so that we can move these numbers higher still. So on January 6th, our state session is going to start. It's a 60-day legislative session, which means they're going to be passing their biennial budget, their 2-year budget. We expect that this is probably going to be a more challenging budget environment than we've seen in recent years. The state is going to have to wrestle with decisions made at the federal level that have financial implications for Kentucky. And the changes in the revenue outlook will also make this, there won't be easy decisions that our elected officials are going to have to make in that 60-day period. Part of knowing what that financial reality looks like is going to happen on the 16th of this month. There's a group of elected officials as well as external economists and advisors called the Consensus Forecasting Group. They will set revenue and targets that the budget will be based off of. So we'll know on December 16th what those revenue targets look like, and then the legislature is going to get to work on drafting their budget. We also know that there's going to be more than just the budget happening this legislative session. At Dr. Quarles' invitation yesterday, House Post-Secondary Education Committee Chairman James Tipton joined the President's leadership team meeting, and he shared that we expect more than 1,000 bills to be filed this legislative session. That doesn't mean that 1,000 will be passed. It just means that it will be an active legislative session. And we'll do our best to keep you updated throughout that process. But what we'll be focused on starts on the back side of that one pager. And it starts with our reform legislation. This is something that you all have been deeply involved with throughout the SJR 179 process. That report was provided to the General Assembly around this time last year. You'll recall that we were asked to pause on advancing that reform bill until we got to a budget session, just given the number of potential budget implications for those reform requests. So here we are. The crux, really the core of that reform bill, is going to be composed of those SJR 179 recommendations. You'll recall actions that you all have taken to approve the reform of the Board of Regents.
moving from half votes to full votes for the regents, those of you that represent constituency groups at KCTCS, ensuring geographic representation on the Board of Regents, industry representation on the Board of Regents. That will be a part of that reform bill. There will also be components of that reform bill about the role of the Board of Regents as the primary fiduciary for KCTCS, ensuring that it's clear that the boards of directors at the colleges, how they may be constructed at the end of the legislative session, that really the fiduciary responsibilities for KCTCS rest with the Board of Regents. And then we know, as a system that's 25 years old, operating under some of the same policy and statutory frameworks at its founding, some of those are antiquated and out of date. And so that reform package will include several statutes for either repeal or amending to reflect the modern system that we are and help us accelerate for the next 25 years. The second priority for KCTCS is the budget. It is going to consume most of the legislative session. I think in addition to our reform bill, it will be where most of our energy is expended. At the September Board of Regents meeting, you all endorsed the set of budget priorities that we're going to take with us to the General Assembly. That includes our operating budget, that includes our capital requests, an inflation adjustment, recognizing the growing cost of higher education for our system, debt service for critical infrastructure. We're also going to be making requests specific to KCTCS, those mandated programs or line itemed programs. We talked about one of them today, and that's trains money that helps us do those workforce training programs and helps lower the cost of those workforce training programs for private employers across the state. That will be a part of that ask. Dr. Quarles also shared Fire Commission. We have a responsibility to, as with the Fire Commission being administratively tied to KCTCS, there's a budget appropriation that allows us to do that. Aviation, we have excellent flight training program in Madisonville. We have AMT programs, aviation maintenance and technology programs across the Commonwealth. Those have extraordinary equipment needs. They are quite expensive. And so we'll be asking for some support for equipment purchases to support those in the aviation space, given the important role that aviation plays in Kentucky. We'll also make a part of our priorities the continued support for the 50% reimbursement rate on dual credit, as well as dual credit scholarships for the students at KCTCS that benefit from that financial support. Todd mentioned the importance of including the budget language that allows the sale of our property that we own, those proceeds to come back to Kentucky. That is part of the budget. So there are several direct appropriations needs as well as statutory changes that are effectuated through the state budget rather than being changed directly in statute. All of those are part of our ask and are included in a summary form on that document in front of you. Excuse me. One of those capital requests Dr. Quarles shared this morning is that prison reentry program. We've been focused on what we believe is, at the end of the day, is going to be a national model, and it's going to accelerate the work that we're already doing in our state prisons and our jails across the state by providing a high quality, really state-of-the-art workforce training center at a state prison where inmates at the end of their sentence can get the quality job training so that when they're going back into their communities, they have an opportunity for employment, to re-enter society as a productive member. We're really excited about that. Just this week, Dr. Quarles led a delegation of folks, including leadership from the Department of Corrections in Kentucky, as well as a state representative to Michigan, where we looked at their vocational village program. What we've kind of modeled the development of this ask after. And I think one of the things that they told us in Michigan was if they could do it all over again, they would have built one facility like we're proposing to do. So we feel really good about the direction that we're heading with this ask, and we've gotten a lot of legislative support from the conversations that we've had during the interim session. The next priority is the Fire Commission. I mentioned they're administratively tied to KCTCS, and so there are some reform requests that we're going to make to the constitution of their board, providing a vote for KCTCS, providing a vote for the professional firefighters, volunteer firefighters, and fire chief associations. They currently sit on that commission without a vote. We're going to ask that statute be amended so that they have a vote. We're also opening up a pool of funding for firefighters to pay for cancer screenings for their workforce. And then one of the recommendations that came out of the firefighter audit is clarifying the 5% administrative fee that KCTCS collects in order to administer programs for the fire commission. The audit reflected that language could be clarified in statute. And so we have worked with the fire commission's attorney on some draft language, and that will be part of the fire commission's reform bill as well. And that'll be a separate piece of legislation from KCTCS's reform bill. So that's our priority set that we're going into the state legislative session with. We also know there are going to be other topics facing higher education that we'll have to respond to. One of those is transfer. We've talked about that today. We expect there will be conversations around college affordability. I think with 72% of our graduates leaving debt-free, we've got a good story to tell in the college affordability space. I think we can anticipate policy discussions around performance funding, around workforce training programs, trades, AI, energy. We've gotten a lot of signals from elected officials that in addition to the budget, these will be topics they're going to cover this legislative session. And so we'll be prepared to respond when asked and respond in a way that we think can accelerate what KCTCS is doing to meet workforce needs in this space. We'll have an advocacy day like we did last session. That date has not been set yet. We are waiting on the committee schedule to be set. That's generally set sometime between Christmas and New Year's. Once we know that, they'll release rooms for reservation in the annex, and we'll get that scheduled and communicate to you all as soon as we know it. I'm going to pause there at the state level before we switch to the federal level and see if there are any questions.
Any questions on our legislative agenda? Again, this is a draft, could be modified. A couple other things is that if there's a crystal ball, there seems to be momentum to provide some additional funding to those colleges that have not traditionally received performance-based funding. That would also include KSU and Moorhead, but also includes 5 of our 16. And so there may be an appetite to inject one-time monies to help out those schools. And then, we were briefed by Dr. Thompson yesterday, he joined us for dinner. The performance-based working group continues to do work, but they're going to perhaps change the membership and get started as early as next month for a recommendation for the General Assembly to approve for 2027. And so we have a working group already in place to say, if we could rewrite the formula, what best serves KCTCS? And there might be some metrics that are unique to us that are different than the 4 years. So like my favorite example is there's an expectation that KCTCS have the ability to meet the workforce needs of Kentucky. There's an expectation there that perhaps the 4 years don't have. And so perhaps there should be a metric for us. Another example would be, we just had a report on 8.6 million square feet, 357 buildings. Perhaps we don't need all those, but guess what? Your funding is attached by how much square footage you have. So the legislature wants us to reduce our square foot, but they reward you with more money for the more space you have. So we think there's consensus on changing that for us as well. We welcome your input. Another aspect is that us, like the 4 years, we have bad debt. We have accounts receivable. There may be the ability for us to have a bill that allows the Department of Revenue to collect debt for us. We have about $28 million or so sitting out there. And we used to be able to utilize the Department of Revenue. There's actually litigation about that right now, but there may be consensus to help encourage them to collect that for us. There's also mandated waivers. There's about 26 mandated waivers. Great policy for Kentucky. For example, if you're in the foster care system, you get to go to college tuition free. And so that's great for us. But we're at the point where it's about $30 million a year across all 9 public institutions and mandated waivers. And so we may try to ask to say, we don't expect to be compensated for all that, but if you could give us a part of that and have it prorated out, we would be perhaps the largest recipient of that across all 9 public institutions. So there's other things out there, and there's other bills that we don't know about. we won't know about. There's amendments, there's bill substitutes, et cetera. And so we're going to be working over institutional close, preparing for session as well. But those are just some of the things we kind of know are going to be in the pipeline, but you never know. A good bill can turn to a bad bill real quick. Any questions on the legislative agenda?
So at the federal level, where not much has been going on at all, we've been, I think, elevating our presence with our delegation. I think that's really important. I think there's a national narrative right now about higher education, right? It's got a flavor in Kentucky, but certainly there's a national narrative about higher education. And community colleges, I think, have a moment to sort of break and differentiate themselves from some of that in a way that is responsive to what concerns people have about higher education. And if we're not playing in that space, being active in the federal level, some of those decisions are going to get made for us without us being at the table. And so that's the priority that Dr. Quarles has set over the last year. I've spent a lot of time in DC. He has as well. He's taken some of our presidents up there as well to tell that story and to help illuminate for our elected officials what the decisions they make in Congress look like on the ground level back in their districts. And really one of the first instances, significant policy instances, was the reconciliation package this summer. When it came out of the House, there were some concerning program recommendations that would impact KCTCS. The House proposal would have removed Pell eligibility for part-time students. It would have changed the maximum Pell Award. This would have had significant financial impact to our students and to KCTCS in turn. We were really happy to see that by the time that reconciliation package got through the process, eligibility for part-time students remained for the Pell program. The maximum award remained at its current level for the Pell program. And that's because community colleges played a significant role in, I think, shaping that bill. And that's why you saw Workforce Pell come out as a win for community colleges. That's been a priority for our industry associations, AACC and ACCT, for about 10 years. Dr. Neal's been a part of those conversations in his role as a longtime higher ed leader in this space. And so our hope is that we can continue to build on those successes that we saw in the reconciliation bill. When we shift to this next large federal policy debate that's happening right now, it's in the appropriations space, our regular appropriations space. I don't think anyone will forget that there was a government shutdown that ended just a few weeks ago. Where we ended up coming out of that shutdown to reopen the government, some spending bills got passed for the rest of the fiscal year, while others just got extended to January 30th. The Labor H bill, Labor, HHS, and Education, all of those cabinet agencies, the ones that matter most to us on average, are included in that spending package. And right now, spending is only authorized till the end of January. So that's a policy conversation that is still ongoing. I'll be in DC before the end of the month, reiterating our priorities for that appropriations package. The Senate bill, the Senate version of that appropriations bill, maintains level funding for Pell, for TRIO, adult education, C-Campus, other Workforce Innovation Act programs that are critical to KCTCS. And we hope to see the Senate version of the appropriations bill get across the finish line into the president's desk for his signature because of the significant financial impact of those programs to KCTCS. And so that's the story that we're telling along with community colleges across the country to our delegation. The third, as I mentioned, a great opportunity that we have on the federal side is the Workforce Pell Program. Dr. Quarles had shared details about that. It is an ongoing policy debate. Just next week, they'll have a negotiated rulemaking process where we'll get a lot more detail from the Department of Education about how that program is going to be administered, how certain programs are going to qualify for Workforce Pell. And so we'll know a lot more, but Dr. Quarles didn't waste time in putting together an internal task force to try to, one, identify the questions we need to answer, and two, get our data systems, understand our programs better so that when those new rules come down, we'll be prepared to respond. Can I answer any questions about actions at the federal level? Okay. Appreciate the opportunity to share this good news. And again, I think we've got a good story to tell, and we're going to keep doing that. Thank you very much for your time. and your all's leadership.
Thank you. And again, as soon as session starts on January 6th, we'll be able to get our room reservation made for Advocacy Day. We'd love to have you in Frankfurt.
As has been our practice, the board allows for a period of public comment. Shannon, has anyone signed up to speak?
No.
Close the item.
Okay. The next agenda item is executive session. Can I get a motion that the KCTCS Board of Regents move into executive sessions as allowed by KRS 61.8101C to discuss proposed or pending litigation?
So moved.
Second.
Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens, Secretary Whitten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Fulton,
Yes.
Regent Givens,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn. Yes. Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz. Yes. Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We'll ask our
We'll just leave it. It's right there.
All right, we got thumbs up from Keith, so we're good.
Is there a motion?
Motion.
Is there a motion and a second to move out of executive session?
Motion.
Region Witten, second.
Chair Hamilton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Stevens,
Aye.
Secretary Whitten,
Yes.
Regent Cox,
Yes.
Regent Fulton,
Yes.
Regent Givens,
Yes.
Regent Hall,
Yes.
Regent Horn,
Yes.
Regent Hunt,
Yes.
Regent Martin,
Yes.
Regent McGraw,
Yes.
Regent Powers,
Yes.
Regent Rabinowitz,
Yes.
Regent Sutherland.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
I also wanted to confirm that no action was taken in executive session. The next meeting of the KCTCS Board of Regents will be March 12th, 13th, 2026 at the Fire Commission in Paris, Kentucky.
Couple announcements. You got some. Just a couple announcements, if you don't mind. So I'm closing out 2025. I got my to-do list from today's meeting. We appreciate that. If there's anything that you all need, just shoot me a text, give me a call, and let us know. Fall graduations are next week. You all are invited to any graduation ceremony you want to go to. Just let Shannon know, and we'll be sure to let the respective president know that you're going to attend those. Make sure you have a seat on stage if you'd like to do that as well. January 5th, the first Monday that we're back from institutional close, Dr. Brand will have an installation ceremony at Big Sandy. Dr. Trawick and Dr. Harrison will have respective installation ceremonies as well. If you want to attend those, please let us know as well. Again, Session Advocacy Day to be determined. We typically have a table or two at the Kentucky Chamber. Former chairwoman of the Kentucky Chamber. We always have a table or two at the chamber dinner, getting a session. It's always a lot of fun. If you want to go to that, Shannon will send out an email with the date and how many seats that we have. February 10th, Serving Up Solutions. And then we are going to renew our sponsorship with Kentucky High School Athletics Association. We're actually going to expand it beyond the Sweet 16. Third of our students are high schoolers. This is a great way to say, start with us, finish with us as well. And so if you want to hand out basketballs at the Sweet 16, both men, both boys and girls, let us know. And if you notice, Pathfinder Fox will be there. And James Lee, it looks like, I think it is you. You never see him in the same room as the Pathfinder. So I think you're doing a great job. I know that a lot of our presidents hit the road, but I just want to say thank you to our presidents, our executive team as well, everyone at the system office. And then finally, as the son of a college faculty member, I just want to say thank you to those that are teaching, those who are supporting our teachers, those that are helping out with their respective administrations, including our groundkeepers and maintenance facilities folks as well. Just always want our environments to be as nice as possible. So sincere thank you for everything that you all do, especially when you have bad weather like this week. And then also just want to say happy holidays on behalf of KCTCS and thank you for your service this year. It's been a fantastic year.
Are you ready, Mr. Chairman?
That concludes our agenda items for today. With that, I'll ask for a motion to
Yes,
adjourn.
we do.
Second?
Second.
Any objection? Any objection to the motion to adjourn?
I object.
Motion passes by
one of these days.
consensus.
Thank you.
Merry
Thank you all. Happy
Christmas and
holidays.
Happy New Year's to everybody.
Absolute pleasure.